All right, everybody ready? Good morning, everybody. My name is Will Van Vactor. I'm the county manager and the budget officer. I just want to thank everybody for being here this morning. Before we make some introductions, I want to take a moment to explain the purpose of today's meeting for members of the public who may be joining us. This meeting is part of Crook County's annual budget process. The purpose of a budget committee meeting is to have a public meeting to review the proposed budget, ask questions, consider and recommend changes, and receive public comment before the budget committee approves the budget. The budget will then move forward to the Board of Commissioners for a later public hearing and adoption. This process is intended to support transparency, accountability, and early policy direction. The county's budget is the annual financial plan that shows the resources available for the coming fiscal year, the expenditures the county proposes to make, and the authority needed to provide services and levy property taxes under Oregon local budget law. For the public, this is one of the key opportunities to see how county resources are proposed to be allocated across services, understand the assumptions behind the budget, and offer comment as part of the process. With that brief overview, I think we'll move forward with introductions. Again, I'm Will Van Vactor. I'm the budget officer. With me this morning are Brianna Cupp, the administrative executive assistant, Jamie Berger, the budget manager, and Christina Heron, the county's finance director. I'd also like to turn it over quickly so our budget committee can each make a brief introduction. Scott, do you mind starting?
My name is Scott Tibbs, budget committee member for, it's my third year now, sitting on this committee. Member resident.
Susie Hermrick, Commissioner, Crook County Commissioner.
Bill Anderson, budget committee, the last 3 years or so.
Seth Crawford, commissioner.
Steve Brown, also budget committee, also getting into our third year.
Brian Marty,
Commissioner.
Thank you all. For the public, our budget committee is comprised of the 3 county commissioners and 3 citizen members of the budget committee, so there are 6 members total. I think the next order of business before we get started in earnest here is for the budget committee to appoint a chair to serve as the chair of the budget committee for this meeting. So at this point, I'll turn it over to the budget committee to make a nomination to appoint a chair.
I'd like to nominate Steve Brown.
I'll second that.
I would just like to comment that there wasn't supposed to be any budget committee discussion before the meeting.
Yeah, the train came in.
All right, well, is there any discussion? All right, well, I guess since there isn't a chair, I'll ask everybody to say yes or no. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none. Steve Brown, you have the pleasure of being the chair today, and I will turn the agenda over to you.
Where do I start?
I think I'm up next.
I think let's hear from Will about the budget message. And I just would like to comment that this budget message has been progressively more and more eloquent and well written, and I appreciate that. It gets better and better each year that I've seen it.
Wow, I have lots of support, so I want to thank Jamie and Christina for keeping me on track and on that. I appreciate the comment though. To kick the meeting off, I'm going to present the budget message that is included in the proposed budget. I just wanted to make a quick comment about the purpose of the budget message. It is intended to give the public and the budget committee a high-level overview of the proposed fiscal year 27 budget before we move later in the morning into more detailed review of funds and departments. This is kind of the part of the presentation where we explain what the budget is intended to accomplish, what assumptions it's built on, and what has changed from the prior year, and also where the county continues to face pressure moving forward. So, budget at a glance. At a high level, the fiscal year 27 proposed budget reflects a disciplined approach to maintaining core services while adapting to rising costs and longer term structural revenue constraints. The proposed budget totaled 139.3 million, including 65.4 million in total appropriations and 22.5 million in contingency, with 46.4 in reserves. Some of the priorities highlighted in this year's budget. There are three primary priorities that kind of define the fiscal year 27 proposed budget. We seek to maintain current service levels, align staffing and operations with sustainable funding, strengthen long-term financial stability through reserves and capital planning. This is a stability-focused budget, not an expansion budget. And so with that, we will jump into the board's strategic goals and priorities. The proposed budget is not just a financial plan. It is also an operating plan and a policy document that connects the county's resources to the board's priorities. In other words, it ensures board goals and are incorporated into a financial operating plan. In January 2026, the Board of Commissioners updated its strategic goals following departmental updates and a public work session with the Budget Committee and staff. Those updated goals continue the county's commitment to service delivery, financial stewardship, and organizational effectiveness. The six adopted goals are to: 1, continue to provide outstanding service to the community; 2, maximize current and future resources to maintain financial sustainability; 3, foster a collective culture within the organization; 4, enhance quality of life, livability, and safety in Crook County; 5, continue to develop and implement an organizational and community communication strategy; and 6, implement an organization-wide facilities and asset management program. The fiscal year 27 budget aligns departmental work plans, resource allocations, and operational decisions with those priorities in mind. That matters because it gives us a consistent framework for evaluating service levels, setting priorities, and making financial decisions in a resource-constrained environment. So, speaking of the resource-constrained environment, let's talk about the economic environment for a moment. The fiscal year 27 budget was developed in a financial environment that remains stable but challenging. Like other Oregon counties, Crook County operates with a revenue structure that limits how quickly discretionary revenues can grow. Property taxes remain the county's main flexible source of revenue, but that growth does not always keep pace with inflation, population growth, and demand for public services. At the same time, the county continues to face cost pressures in wages, health insurance, retirement contributions, contracted services, materials, and capital projects. We also been working within an environment where state and federal revenues remain uncertain in some important areas, particularly where one-time federal funding has dropped off or intergovernmental revenues can vary from year to year. Because of that economic environment, the county continues to use conservative revenue estimates in the 5-year financial forecast. Using the forecast supports budget decisions this year that will hopefully set us up for success in the future. The fiscal year 27 budget assumes modest growth in assessed value and property tax revenue, continued inflationary pressure, ongoing increases in employee-related costs, and continued attention to cost. This approach is important. We are not budgeting on the assumption that everything breaks our way. We're budgeting on what we believe can reasonably be sustained. I also want to note that the budget and the budget message reflect that we do anticipate growth in assessed value and the expiration of data center pilot agreements, and that these will improve the county's financial position. But these benefits will graze in gradually rather than all at once. And some of those pilot agreements phase in beyond the scope of our 5-year forecast period. So moving on to some of the changes you will see in the fiscal year 27 budget. As I noted earlier, the fiscal year 27 proposed budget totaled $139.3 million. That includes $65.4 million in appropriations for operating costs, $27.5 million in contingency, and $46.4 million in reserve funds for future needs. One important point I want to make is that operating expenditures are actually decreasing by approximately $2.1 million in fiscal year 27. That's about 3.1%. That reduction is driven primarily by lower contract services, lower internal service charges, and reduced personnel costs. No money in the budget for that.
No. That was coming.
Why we got the 2.1.
Yeah. After this table.
So operating expenditures are decreasing by 2.1, but the total budget requirements are increasing by about 6.1 or 4.6%, 6.1 million, just to be clear. The reason those two things can both be true is that the county is setting aside more in reserve for future needs. So the total budget is increasing, but the increase in overall budget is not a story of expanded current operations or operation expenditures. It is primarily a story of stronger reserve positioning and longer term planning. Operating revenues projected to increase by approximately $650,000, reflecting modest gains in property taxes and fees. This is partially offset, our total revenues are partially offset by reductions in federal funding. So again, the broad takeaway is that the fiscal year 27 proposed budget is not an expansion budget. It is a budget that continues current services, makes targeted operational adjustments, and strengthens the county's financial position where appropriate. So moving on to some changes regarding staffing. This slide gets into some of the more specific operational changes in the proposed budget. The proposed budget reduces FTE by 14.8 positions. These reductions are through the elimination of vacant positions rather than reductions in filled positions. The largest reductions occur in community development, the sheriff's office, public health, and public health. There are also reductions in several of our internal service departments, including administration, human resources, legal counsel, and facilities. These reductions are made strategically and with the intent of maintaining current service level. Total personnel expenses are reduced by about $417,000 or 1.3%. These only kind of modest savings from reduction in staff are partially offset by higher health insurance costs and compensation adjustment. So while there are staffing related savings, these savings do not flow through dollar for dollar because employee related costs continue to rise. Moving on to materials and services. Materials and services are reduced by about 1.8 million or 7.1%. That decrease reflects intentional review of contracts and agreements to make sure they continue to provide meaningful value to the county. Also, the reduction is also a reflection of completion of certain projects, such as the transportation system plan and reclassification of some expenses to capital outlay. The key point here is that the county is making targeted adjustments now so that operations remain more sustainable over time. Capital investments. The proposed budget also continues investment in capital needs. Capital outlay totals $4.5 million and includes investments in facilities, infrastructure, equipment replacement, landfill improvements, and technology. These improvements help preserve county assets, improve reliability, and reduce long-term maintenance risk. The capital investment portion of the budget Further explains that the county now uses a more structured approach to capital planning, documenting needs in a rolling 5-year cycle and coordinating decisions through an annual budget process. That includes vehicles and equipment, buildings and facilities, infrastructure, technology systems, and special projects. Moving on to the property tax levy. Again, property tax revenue provides the most flexible resources for county use. The fiscal year 27 budget assumes a levy of the county's full permanent rate of 3.8702 per $1,000 of assessed value, generating approximately 14.1 million in property tax revenue. Additional levies include approximately $672,000 for debt service, estimated at 0.1839 per $1,000 of assessed value, and 6 cents per 1,000 for the museum operating local option levy. Combined, the total estimated tax rate is 4.1141 per $1,000 of assessed value, which is slightly lower than the prior year. These resources will help the county continue to fund essential long-term operations and assets while using its full lawful levy authority in a measured and predictable way. Quick note on fee adjustments. We are anticipating some fee adjustments. The only ones really worth noting at this time are community development will continue its trend of increasing fees to make sure it's covering its actual costs, and the landfill similarly is increasing its tipping fee to ensure sustainability. So these fee adjustments are part of the county's broader sustainability cost alignment strategy. Major fund highlights. A few major fund highlights are worth calling out because they show where the county is strongest and where pressure remains. The general fund is increasing by about 5%. The budget includes planned use of fund balance for one-time needs and to manage the transition from prior temporary funding sources, but the fund is expected to remain within the county's fiscal policy targets. The Sheriff's Office fund reflects a 1% reduction in operating expenditure due to elimination of unfilled positions and continued efforts to align spending with sustainable funding. At the same time, the budget reflects that the continued reliance on fund balance remains a concern, and that the Sheriff's Office fund is out of fiscal compliance. The county will need to continue evaluating long-term funding strategies to bring the Sheriff's Office fund into fiscal compliance. Health and Human Services is projected to increase fund balance due to new funding and the elimination of unfilled positions, reflecting significant progress toward fiscal policy compliance. The Capital Asset Reserve Fund supports over $640,000 in equipment and vehicle purchases, and will receive the return of prior year transfers, strengthening the county's ability to fund future capital needs. The airport fund is projected to draw down fund balance due to increased construction costs and lower than expected revenues. The county will need to continue to evaluate rates and operating assumptions to improve the long-term position of the airport fund. Overall, the picture across funds is mixed but manageable. Some funds are improving, some are stable, and some will require continued attention. So now we'll chat a little bit about the challenges and risks as well as opportunities that the county is presented with. As I noted, the county continues to operate within long-term revenue limitations while facing rising costs and increasing service expectations. The main challenges identified in the budget message in my budget message are limited revenue growth under Oregon's property tax structure, rising personnel and operating costs, ongoing infrastructure and facility needs, recruitment and retention pressures, and pressure on programs that rely on grants or other unstable outside funding. County also faces several risks, including economic downturns that could affect property tax growth and fee revenue, uncertainty in state and federal funding, due to expanded regulatory and program requirements, and growth in service demands that outpace available ongoing revenues. At the same time, there are real opportunities that support future stability. Those include continued population and assessed value growth, future property tax growth as development is added to the tax roll, and the expiration of data center pilot agreements over time. And we also have the opportunity to continue to find efficiencies through technology, process improvements, and partnerships. So while there are some near-term structural constraints, there are also measurable opportunities ahead if the county continues to budget conservatively and plan deliberately. Moving on to fiscal policies. The proposed budget is grounded in the county's fiscal policies and long-term planning framework. The county's fiscal policies continue to guide budget development, fund balance planning, capital investment, and financial management practices. These policies help the county make consistent decisions, manage risk, and maintain stability over time. The Finance Committee reviewed these policies in December 2025, and the board approved minor updates in January 2026, including adjustments to the landfill fiscal policy to better align annual funding assumptions with inflation, post-exposure liability, and DEQ reporting. The fiscal year 27 budget reflects those policies by maintaining reserves, supporting capital replacement, and closely monitoring the use of one-time resources and fund balance. This is an important point, as reserves are not idle money. They are part of the county's long-term financial strategy and help the county manage volatility, plan for capital replacement, and avoid solving ongoing problems with short-term fixes. Finally, I want to briefly touch on process. The fiscal year 27 budget was developed through a collaborative process involving departments, elected officials in the finance department. The purpose of that process is not just to build a legally balanced budget, but to evaluate the service level, staffing, capital needs, revenue assumptions, and long-term sustainability across the organization. Today's meeting is an important public step in that process. It gives the budget committee the opportunity to review the proposed budget, ask questions, and consider recommendations, and to also hear public comment before the budget moves forward later for adoption. To wrap up, I want to acknowledge the work that went into this budget. This is a countywide effort involving department leadership, elected officials, and staff throughout the organization. I also want to give a big shout out to Jamie Berger, our budget manager, and Christina Aaron, our finance director. With that, I'm done with my budget message, and we can move into a more detailed review of the proposed budget. Unless there are questions.
Doesn't appear there's any questions. Are there any online, or you check with anyone online?
There's a few people on here. I don't see any. I don't think there's any questions. No. Get ready for the more detailed conversation about the dollars and the numbers. Just as a quick little housekeeping note, the top corner of the slides has page numbers listed. Those correspond with the budget document. So if there are aspects of it, you know, you need to cross-reference or want an even greater level of detail, I'm saying this for the public as well. Those page numbers will correspond to your document for greater detail. All right, so we're gonna start with general fund and highlighting the resources here. As you can see, for the fiscal 27 budget, we're anticipating total resources of just over $26 million. That includes beginning fund balance of 10.9 million. So the new revenues that are coming in, the largest one is within the taxes category. And the largest tax is our property taxes received by the general fund. That is offset again in fiscal 27 by a potential refund credit. And I'll let Christina go into more detail about what that entails, but it's reducing taxes by about $70,000 in the budget. The next largest revenue for general fund is internal service revenue. Those are fees that are recovered countywide for the services provided by the departments within general fund that offer countywide services, which you'll see on the next slide. Intergovernmental revenues include a combination of ongoing revenue that we receive from state and federal sources, as well as several lingering one-time dollars like LATCF and our federal bills ongoing, not one time, but LATCF's one time. The next largest there is that miscellaneous. Approximately half of that is what we're anticipating being interest and investment earnings, thanks in large part to the large fund balance, and that big pocket of money is gonna, we hope, earn some good interest. Did you want to add anything to this? Oh, okay. Moving on to requirements. A slight little note of housekeeping here as well. We have added to all of our financial slides, we've added at the very bottom that FTE line. So in general, for those columns, what you're seeing is the budgeted authorized FTE for each year. The one exception to that is under our estimate column with the little asterisk. So just wanted to explain it a little bit in detail. That asterisk represents that is the estimated use of FTE in the current year. So fiscal 26 budget, we authorized 63.9 FTE in the general fund. What we are actually using, it's an annualized FTE. We're anticipating through June 30 to only use 57.6 of that FTE. So we have some vacancies, we've had some turnover. So what's important is to note for fiscal 27, FTE is being requested to authorize again at 61 FTE. So some positions to be filled, some of those vacancies we're keeping for need. Some of those, as Will already mentioned, we're proposing be eliminated because we can maintain service level without them. So just wanted to highlight that. You'll see that on all the financial slides. And then just as a very brief overview, general fund is one of the funds that we appropriate based on department activity. So you can see under requirements, those different departments listed. So I'll let Christina get into all the details of that.
Thanks, Jamie. So as you can see, we have a mix of internal service departments in the general fund, as well as a couple of departments that are led by elected officials. The assessor's office, the county clerk, and then our district attorney all have elected officials that run those departments. The rest of our internal service departments are finance, legal, HR, IT, and GIS, and then administration and board of commissioners. We have a couple of other smaller departments like natural resources and non-departmental that we'll get into a little bit later. As Jamie mentioned, the general fund does receive our property tax, and that is affected by a potential refund credit this year. Again, you may remember last year, that's when we have a tax appeal that's going through the state tax court. We actually have 3 of those this year that are accounted for in our estimation of revenues and the proposed budget. So as Jamie mentioned, we're reducing taxes by about $70,000 to account for our estimate of the impact of those on our budget for the general fund in that year. There is one revenue stream of note that is ending, and that's the LATCF, which is the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. Those funds are from the CARES Act and some of the COVID era assistant funds. So we won't have those moving forward. some of the rest of the transfers that we have in the requirements. We're looking at transfers out to the health department, the fairgrounds, veterans, capital asset reserve to return that $1 million that was used last year for the sheriff's office. And then some community development to code enforcement, and then facilities to cover the state portion of the Justice Center. Our contingency is increasing, as you can see, by about $1.8 million this year. Those are funds that we're holding aside that we don't anticipate to spend for there if we need them.
One more thing I forgot to mention, the 251,000 transfer. So Will said that there was money that we were transferring from capital reserve to help pay for investments. So $248,000 of that is a transfer from the capital reserve to invest in the technology infrastructure and some vehicle replacements in several of the general fund departments. And 3,000 of that was a deposit that ended up in the wrong fund, and we have to move it back. So it was a closed year, so we couldn't do it now. So we're appropriating for it so we can return the money to where it belongs. Okay. Perfect. Any questions of the overview for general fund? Okay, into some more nitty-gritty departments.
So our natural resources department is the department that funds our liaison between the county and federal agencies. Yes, sorry. And helps run our 11-member committee, the Natural Resources Advisory Committee. This allows the county to coordinate management of state and federal land that's within the county's sphere of influence. So appropriation on this one is our 0.6 FTE for personnel, and then the materials and services that support that position. So this position really just monitors the state and federal law and the rulemaking that's going on, and allows the county to have an educated understanding of what's going on, and then coordinating, having a voice with the Ochoa National Forest, BLM, and other federal agencies within Crook County.
What are the asterisks, Christina?
The asterisk is what Jamie was explaining for the FTE. So the FTE across the bottom, except for the one with the asterisk, is what was budgeted. The asterisk, which there's no change in this one because personnel didn't change, is what's actual.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. It seemed weird because it didn't change.
I think it's in across all of them.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
So our next department is non-departmental. This is a department that's kind of the catch-all of all the items across the county that don't fit in another department and are not department specific. So this has items such as our Crooked River watershed personnel. We pay benefits for this, and then we are reimbursed the wages. There's $70,000 included for community support this year, which is down a little bit from $100,000 last year. We have committed funds in here for outside agencies such as USDA for the animal control, the watershed council payment, support for the Humane Society of the Ochoas, conciliation and mediation funds that we're required to pay for through the state. They also do provide some revenue for that. The Soil and Water Conservation District, and then City of Prineville for plaza maintenance. This non-departmental also holds where we do our workers' compensation reconciliation at the end of the year. Because it really is near impossible to go back and reconcile all of that for all of our employees. Questions on that? All right, Will's going to dive into internal service departments.
I'm gonna take advantage of the podium. So I'm coming back up. So just a quick note about our internal service departments. These departments provide core functions to help support the organization and keep it running. These functions are not always visible to the public, but they are essential to our day-to-day operations. As you can see, we have 6 internal service departments. We have admin and the board of commissioners. We have finance. Christina Heron is our finance director. We have human resources. Megan McKee is our human resources director. Information technology. Blaine Cheney is our IT director. Legal counsel, Eric Blaine, and then facilities, is led by James Cruz. I'm going to present on these departments this morning, but I believe most of the department heads were able to be here. So if you have any questions, I'm sure they'd be happy to help answer that. First up, we have administration. Admin and the Board of Commissioners provide leadership, oversight, fiscal stewardship, organizational support, and public communication functions that help the whole county operate effectively. With kind of that background on what admin and the Board of Commissioners do, the fiscal year 27 budget highlights the work that is going to be the focus of the admin and Board of Commissioners department. So first up, admin has just kind of a note about operations for fiscal year 27. Admin has reduced staffing to both reduce costs and seek potential long-term efficiency gains. Admin administration will continue to monitor impacts on this reduction to ensure service levels are maintained. I also wanted to note that in fiscal year 27, there's a continued emphasis on financial sustainability. Through forecasting, this includes ongoing work to improve forecasting around future data center tax revenue. And we will continue to work with departments to find efficiencies and cost savers where available. Admin will also continue planning around facilities, fleet, and asset management, and will continue efforts to invest in communication and transparency tools like the Agenda Builder for County College and a soon to be released public newsletter. The admin and Board of Commissioners budget is about supporting the organization in a way that is disciplined, sustainable, and responsive. Any questions on admin before I move forward?
So quick overview on the numbers.
Oh, yeah.
So the $1.36 million budget is to support 5 positions. The budget also includes materials and services costs for contracts and other things, including paying their own internal service for services. Because the internal service department, its revenue comes from cost recovery. This one is percent-based cost recovery, countywide, proportional to the size of the department's operating budget. So the larger a department's budget, the larger proportion of admin fees they'll pay, smaller budget, smaller proportion. Any questions? Do you want me to do numbers on this one real quick? Okay.
Start with the
Sure. So finance office is also internal service, which means it's cost recovery. The revenues that are listed here are offset the internal service requirements. So finance benefits from the, I wrote it down to get it right, the County Assessment Function Funding Assistance Grant. We call it the CAFA grant. And then in prior years, you can see intergovernmental revenue was higher. That is because of some intentional use of those one-time ARPA and LATCF dollars for strategic investment in ERP and technology to improve finances operations. On the expense side, this budget of 1.8 million supports 7.1 FTE. And this is another one that is a percent-based cost recovery where, again, it's proportional to the size of the department. It's how much we recover. Materials and services, the 669,000 there supports our ability to have an auditor, our ERP, tax collection software. Highlights.
Thank you, Jamie. Finance serves as the county's central financial management function. As described in the budget, the department supports the organization through budgeting, accounting, tax collection, distribution, payroll, financial reporting, audit coordination, compliance, and financial policy support. Some of the highlights in the budget for fiscal year 27, there's a continued emphasis on implementing the ERP. There's also an emphasis on updating financial procedures, workflows, and internal control. The budget also reflects continued work to enhance financial reporting and contract and grant management. along with ongoing compliance with new and changing regulations. And then, worth noting is that, the fiscal year 27 budget replaces a vacant cash receipts technician, with a procurement and purchasing analyst position. This change, will help finance better align, the department with current county needs, and operational priorities. Any questions on finance?
Just a quick question for Christina. I know we've been talking about the ERP implementation for some time now, and it's been ongoing. You anticipate that wrapping up?
Yes. So due to some issues on the Central Square side, the vendor that we're using with their cloud team basically entirely turning over, it takes back about 3 months. We're anticipating going live as of July 1st this year.
Okay.
We are in the final stages of testing.
So the implementation should be complete in July.
Yes, except for the cleanup after we go and implement it and they stuff work like they did in testing. Yes, we're right now, it's also going to go through another. Chelsea could probably explain it better than I do, upgrade to a different server.
Make the data center, equipment's going to take them through. The connections work, and that's all.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It hasn't been perfect, so
And I can't wait till it's done.
HR numbers, really quick. This budget of $564,000 supports 2 positions and allows for such things, the materials and services, primarily software, training, position advertising, background checks. It has been reduced by 1 position. That position has been budgeted, as you can see, in prior years, but has generally remained unfilled for all of those years. So we are moving forward with just the 2 positions and seeing how that goes. And then as far as cost recovery, it's based on FTE within a department. So per FTE.
Thank you, Jamie. So human resources, human resources, kind of their core function is helping the county recruit, retain, support, and develop its workforce. And this year's budget reflects an ongoing effort to implement a human resources information system, HRIS, and integrate that with finance. There is ongoing policy development and compliance efforts, including efforts to make sure we're in compliance with federal and state equal employment opportunity laws. HR will be taking on benefits administration. And also leading efforts around performance management and employee training. So there's kind of an intentional effort to make sure we have resources available in HR to help with those specific core functions, especially around training in the past. A lot of that was done and still is to a large extent done on a department by department basis, but we want to make sure we have some dedicated funding within human resources to support those efforts. As Jamie noted, they have reduced FTE by 1 position. Again, this was a vacant position that had been in the budget for a couple of years, hadn't been filled. We do not anticipate this impacting our ability to provide and maintain those core human resources services. Any questions?
Can you get back to finance and ask you to repeat the name of the year we've been doing?
Central Square. Used to be Superior, SunGuard, has been. The actual system itself is called Finance Enterprise, is what we're moving to.
Have you investigated their financial stability?
I haven't recently.
I knew it could change names and change ownership. I guess my concern is they've had issues. Hadn't sold out and what happens if, I mean, they were to go under the system.
There are a lot of people on that ERP system, including around Oregon.
Likely that somebody else would.
It would be likely that somebody like Tyler or somebody would. So, yeah, there's,
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
yeah, no, that's a good question.
Information technology, this includes the activities for both what we categorize internally as information technology as well as EIS. This is both pieces. There's actually two different cost recoveries happening. For the IT side, it's a cost recovery per computer, desktop phone, and volunteer email license. And then on the GIS side, it's cost recovery based on user licenses and trackable demand for GIS services. So kind of two different models that bring in recovery. This department does benefit from some additional revenues, especially on the GIS side. That mighty crew of two does a lot for our community and for the county in general when it comes to we have contracts with the city and some fire and irrigation. And so they do supporting other agencies. That brings in the transfers and interfunds. So that is a combination. 164,000 of that is the transfer from capital reserve, specifically to offset the costs of the network and hardware upgrade that we have to do this year. And then the $3,000 of money that ended up at the airport that belonged to GIS. So those dollars will come back. On the spending side, the budget of 885,000 supports 7 positions, and I'll let Will highlight kind of what that entails. The materials and services is for the software, the agreements, the things that keep our county running. There are a lot of contracts and a lot of programs that we have to use, cybersecurity and all those pieces that keep us operating. And then the capital outlay is that network replacement.
Thank you. Just again, IT is led by Blaine Cheney. Blaine's in the room this afternoon or this morning. If you have any questions for him, I just want to make a couple quick notes about the kind of the role and functions that IT and GIS provide, as described in the budget. IT's role includes data and application management, infrastructure and operations, security and privacy, project and vendor management, strategy and compliance, and asset management. GIS complements that work by maintaining an accurate mapping of spatial data that supports roads, utilities, parcels, addresses, emergency response, land use, and supports a number of local stakeholders as well. This year's budget has an emphasis on supporting reliable daily operations through on-site service and core infrastructure. So as noted, the budget highlights the repurposing of existing funding to support 2 on-site IT user support technicians for daily operations. And this is about, as the budget notes, this is about aligning resources more closely with core service needs while maintaining financial sustainability. Budget also continues investment in infrastructure resiliency. There's also a continued focus on long-term efficiency and asset management. This includes continued evaluation of software contracts to identify additional efficiencies that support long-term financial sustainability, and also includes funding for IT asset management software. And then finally, GIS is a part of this function. The proposed budget notes continued Eagle View aerial imaging to support data maintenance, spatial accuracy needs associated with tax assessment, community development, and the clerk's office. More broadly, GIS supports emergency services, zoning, land use, permitting, public access, and transparency by keeping maps and geographic data current and useful for both internal operations and the public. Overall, this budget supports IT and GIS in a way that prioritizes reliable operations, stronger resilience, better asset management, and continued support for all of the departments here at the county. Any questions on IT and or GIS? Yes, Scott.
Just a question around the asset management piece. I know we talked about it in January. It was a priority that was created. Are we in any sort of a RFI position with obtaining the asset management piece?
No, I know. I think the asset management, Blank's here, he can speak to this more specifically. I think the asset management that I'm referring to here is more about IT's assets, not a countywide asset management program. We will be taking some steps forward on asset management, probably initially more in a decentralized kind of fashion, not necessarily one single program, but we want to, long story short, we've got a couple big implementations going on. I want to make sure those are in place before we start with adding this software that makes it work the asset management component. Want to see what we have.
But that is going to be an IT project, correct?
I think IT would support with asset management, but it's going to take a countywide effort.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so this $536,000 budget supports 2 positions, which is a decrease from prior years. We had turnover in the current year and are seeing how it goes with 2 positions moving forward. Materials and services has been increased to allow for specialized legal services contracting. So we have more built in to bring in legal help where needed. And then this is percent-based cost recovery. So again, countywide departments pay proportional to the size of their budget.
Thank you, Jamie. Again, we have Mr. Blank, County Counsel, in the room. If you have any specific questions, I'm sure he'd be happy to try and answer. As described in the budget, County Counsel's office provides legal advice and representation on contracts, policies, ordinances, employment matters, public meetings, public records, litigation, and other legal issues that affect county operations. With that in mind, some of the highlights from fiscal year 27 budget. First, as Jamie noted, we are reducing FTE to 2.0, and as Jamie also noted, that there's a corresponding, maybe not dollar for dollar, but there's an increase in materials and services to ensure that we have resources available to retain outside support on specialized legal matters, or kind of as needed as workload increases. We'll, in coordination with Eric and his office, we'll continue to monitor our ability to continue to provide those core legal services. And then the budget also supports continued efforts by Eric and his team to continue to support the county with legal and compliance training on a number of matters, but one that kind of requires a constant refresher is procurement and purchasing. So that's maintains a priority for fiscal year 27 for County Counsel's office. Any questions on that?
Yeah, obviously one FTE is coming up. 177,000 off of the FTE. And we're proposing an increase of 40,000. I assume that goes to the contract services that would be required on that. Do you feel comfortable with, number one, what is the function of the FTE position that's not being brought back in? And number two, is that department comfortable with that contract differentiation, if it's all going to contract, maybe going to material, but providing that services that are lost by the FTE, in other words, a third of the department?
Yeah, that's a good question. And as part of your first question, it was the assistant county counsel position that has been been eliminated. And Eric, I don't want to speak for you, but we had discussions, as we went through the budget process. And this was the number we ultimately settled on, but if Eric, you have any additional feedback you'd like to provide on that at this time?
Yes, so your question is the department comfortable with this? Comfortable might be too strong a word. We're going to see how this works, and Will is right. This is the number that was settled on to apply to the budget committee. My philosophy with engaging outside counsel, and I think commissioners have all heard this before, so bear with me, is that makes best sense when we have discrete projects, which will have a beginning, middle, and end, rather than say ongoing administrative or procedural matters within our office. So if we have the option of choosing when to go out and for which projects, if we can monitor those expenses, I think this is feasible. Bearing in mind, as Will said, this is an experiment, and at some juncture we might have to come back half in hand to the budget committee and say, can we please have some more?
I would also just throw in, you never know. The county government, who knows what fire is gonna break out on oil center, you know.
And that's it, obviously, there's just been,
How major of an issue that comes up.
the assistant county council provided an ongoing permanent position for the contractual input thing. Anyway, just thank you for your perspective.
Any other questions before we move on to facilities?
So all the internal service we've talked about previously, those were all general fund departments. Facilities is a standalone fund, an internal service fund. So that's why the schedule shows you both the resource and the requirement side of things. Facilities cost recovery, you can see that internal service number is the largest one there. The cost recovery is based on the direct cost by building, and it's shared by the tenants of that building based on their square footage occupancy. Indirect costs are recovered. So indirect would be, for example, the cost of the personnel time, right? Can't directly allocate that to a building like you could utilities or, well, utilities is the most, or cleaning contracts or whatever. So things that are more of a soft cost for the facilities department, their ability to operate, that is recovered across departments based on a combination of occupied square footage as well as work order volume. So there may be a department that has a huge amount of square footage, but they never bother facilities. They don't have work orders. Maybe their needs aren't that high. That tempers the amount of indirect decay versus somebody might have a very small office space that constantly has needs. There's always something breaking. So that again influences the amount of indirect cost recovery. Other resources, the $350,000 is the transfer from general fund to help cover the costs, the direct costs of the circuit court in this building, as well as some of our vacant spaces that have to be maintained, but nobody is in them. And then we also have, some miscellaneous that's interest earnings basically. On the requirement side, the $638,000 supports 5 positions, as Will already mentioned. That is a decrease from prior years. Materials and services is everything that we need to do the buildings. It's the janitorial contracts and services, it's the utilities, it's the cost for the department to get the tools they need and the parts they need. It's also service contracts for having things like inspections on your elevator and regular checks of the fire extinguishers, just all those pieces for building maintenance. The debt service that's listed there is for the jail, the bond that, help me out here, which part of it? The FF&C bond, the FF&C portion of the jail bond. And then contingency, you can see, is the same as beginning fund balance. So our goal is to maintain fund balance in this fund on the off chance that there's a major catastrophic something with the building, we have money there to handle it. Obviously, there are maintenance schedules and things go on schedule, but if something goes not on schedule, we want to maintain a reserve. There, okay, well.
Thank you, Jamie. Again, as highlighted in the budget, facilities work includes daily operations and maintenance, preventative and scheduled maintenance, emergency repairs, groundskeeping, custodial services, management of mechanical, HVAC, electrical, and safety systems. They support long-range planning and asset management. They help with capital projects. They coordinate with vendors and otherwise support all of our departments to make sure we have a safe, well-functioning campus for everybody to work at. The budget this year supports facilities' effort to continue to evaluate all facilities across the county, including finding opportunities for potential cost savings, and to assess the condition, aging status of our existing buildings, and develop a plan or plans for necessary repair. Facilities will be able to continue to support the county's efforts to assess and finalize space requirements across the organization, and will also support in the county's efforts to initiate design for future courthouse renovation. I got that pretty brief, but
So this might not be the right place to ask it, but I'm just asking, so we have foreclosed properties. And right now with the current court situation, we're not really gonna put them up for sale. But we have a property that we're getting bids now currently to make it safe, because it is unsafe at this. Facilities is handling this, but it shouldn't really be coming out of facilities. Where does that money, where does James get that back, I guess?
Yeah, so we have a foreclosure fund to talk about
Or
later.
just being there?
Yep, so that's where those kind of expenditures are funded from.
Okay.
Good question.
I meant to mention, but James Bruce is here, and I'm sure he just is happy to answer. Ready, so, but if there are no questions, that will conclude our informal service department section portion of the presentation.
Just one quick question about facilities. You're going from 6 FTEs down to 5. Are you anticipating a retirement or?
There was a retirement.
Okay.
Jim.
Thank you. There are no questions on that. We are ready to move forward with the assessor's office. I'll turn it over to John Weeks, our county assessor.
Coming up here, I'll give you a quick overview of the numbers. Yep. So the assessor's office is in the general fund, funded by property taxes that are somewhat offset by that same grant that finance also benefits from, that county funding assessment assistance grant, the CAPA grant. It's offsetting about 10% of their budget. On the spending side, the 1.1 million supports 8 FTE. This is down by 0.8 vacant assessment tech. And then the materials and services is for softwares and the ability to operate, do the assessing they need to do. Hey, John.
Thank you. Great. Good morning. So on our assessor highlights here, a few of the bullet points that I wrote down basically is, I shared this last year that we were going to convert to a new property search software program, and we did that. Went through all the kinks along the way, and been successful. And actually heard fairly positive things across the board, meeting with the public and stuff. When we implemented it, we did our best to try and inform like some of the banks we were in contact with, title companies, realtors around the area to let them know, hey, here's what's coming before it just made the change. So, but anyhow, and there was some hiccups along the way, but we just take it one step at a time. Often that does involve our wonderful IT department to help us with that. And so appreciate the help there with those guys. So that's been completed and walked through there. Next highlight is just, again, continuing our staff development and training. On that note, I've mentioned it before, we actually have 100 years of experience just in the assessor's office. So that's people that have worked 2 blocks down the street. It doesn't count anywhere else. But we will have some retirements as the years go by. It might be in the next decade. Probably going to anticipate losing quite a few, but I'll say us, as we get to those points in life. So anyhow, we're trying to, up the ante, so to speak, on that knowledge and share that information with our other staff that's there so they can run this office accordingly without major issues. Other highlights, ongoing valuation and assessment of all real and personal property. That's a mandate by the state of Oregon. So that's our goal. Once we're made aware of all other properties that are out there and doing our visits, picking up all new construction, put it on tax roll, which leads us to the next bullet point, which is growth in our assessed value and our market value, as you can see. It's coming quite a ways in. Challenges, we did lose that 0.8 FTE. That's a vacant position. It was decided that overall that we will not refill that at this point. So we are scrambling a little bit, but we're going to cover. This person actually did the business personal property for the county. So we've handed that, kind of just dispersed that amongst our staff a little bit to cover that position there. So that's what's happening on that one. Some other challenges that we have is I brought this one up before, is a sketch conversion from our old software valuation system to the new one that we got into 6 years ago when we started that conversion. And it's very similar to some of the stuff that Christine in finance is going through. You've just got third-party computer folks having difficulties. And also, this is with another company that's seen some massive growth and popularity in their product nationwide. So they've hired a slew of people. Obviously, they have to train them and stuff. And then for this change, it involves 2 third-party parties, our local one and these guys. And they're getting to that point. We're hoping it'll happen this next year. And that is a conversion of some of the work that we did in the old system. Specifically, we're talking sketches here that basically could not be pulled into the new system and be in an editable type format. They're coming down as like a picture, a JPEG. So, and we've been pushing, can you guys do this? We've been told, yes, we can. Obviously, it's taken a while. This has been several years as well, but so that we can edit those. Because if we're not able to, you're talking 15 years of sketch work from all the appraisers, including myself during that time, that we'd have to basically redo again. So time consumption of that is what we're trying to avoid for minimal cost. We're getting there. Last thing on challenges is to help along with our business personal property thing, we're looking at doing an e-filing program through our CAMA software folks, Helion. They're based out of Salem. And that's very minimal cost at $5,500 a year. So our next step will be to basically inform the businesses this option and opportunity that they have, so they can fill out their personal property returns on a computerized form and send it to us that way. Because right now everything is manual. They're having to pen it in or whatever, type it in on their own. And then once we get it, it's all on paper. And then we have to take that and convert that back into the system again. So this will put it all in the same software system immediately, basically. And it'll help tracking of that for both sides, both for the owner and the employee. Other than that, questions, I guess. You guys have any? It's been a pretty good year overall. Okay.
Thank you. Good job.
Yeah, you betcha.
So while Cheryl's making her way up here, do a quick overview of the numbers. Cheryl's our county clerk. The revenue that comes in for this office is $293,000 estimated for next year. Most of that is in reporting fees and other fees. Cheryl can touch on it, but a lot of those are regulated by ORS. Her revenues are covering approximately 37% of her operations. The rest of it is covered by property taxes and just other general fund revenues. On the spending side, the 460,000 supports 4 positions, and some very seasonal election workers. Part of those 4 positions, there's a small portion covered in the special revenue funds that we will be covering later this afternoon, but for specific purpose of archiving. And then on the materials and services side, those are primarily for election supplies and services.
Good morning, everybody. Just to add to a couple things that she had on there. So we this year, and it's actually covered in the next slide too. This coming fiscal year, we have a November general election, and then we have the 2027 district election. District's election is paid for by the district, but I still have to pay for it, and then they reimburse it back. So that's why you saw that 28,000 in the miscellaneous revenue. That's where it's coming from. So that's to kind of reimburse for that. So part of the reason some of our numbers are higher is because we did budget for 2 elections, but one gets paid back. And so onto this. So some of our mid-year numbers, you can see those up there with and those are, things that we're required to do by statute. Passports is not one that we're required, but that's a service that we provide because nobody else in the county does. So reporting numbers are coming up just a tiny bit, which is good and bad. Voter numbers are kind of holding, they kind of come up and down, just kind of depends on as people move in and move out. So that's been fairly steady. We haven't seen a huge increase in that. We do get a lot of updates, as you can see, for a mid-year number over 3,000 updates or new registration records. So, and then this last year we implemented that property reporting alert system. So I think a lot of you probably have signed up for that. We've had quite a few people sign up for that. We've had a lot of people that are technology challenged, so we've had to help them through that and make sure that they're receiving what they're expecting. So, and then we did cover. We have the 2 elections. And then we had some election tabulation equipment. I have a scanner and some laptops that are just kind of out of date now. And so they're wanting to upgrade us with that. We actually had budgeted for it this last year, but my vendor was a little slow at getting everything to me. And I'm not going to do that in the middle of an election. So I can't do that until July now. So some of those numbers shifted from last year to this year. So, and I do have a new staff member. She has joined us in February. She is the succession plan for my chief deputy and my election deputy in one. And so they've been working hand in hand through this election. And I believe my staff member, we've budgeted for her to retire sometime in July or the first part of July. So that's kind of where you see some of the numbers there too. So. And some of our challenges going ahead, like I said, reporting has been low, so that's been a challenge, but it does show signs of increase. So, we'll see what this year brings with interest rates high. The numbers are still low, but we're still seeing a lot of movement, a lot of new construction coming in. So,
yeah, are the increases positive or negative? Because they could either be new construction or foreclosures, right?
Right, and we're not seeing a lot of foreclosures still, which is good. I anticipated that, but we haven't seen that yet. So there's a few, but not anything like what we saw before. So, and then one of the challenges that all of the clerks are facing is microfilm is becoming very, very limited. And so our permanent records, or the majority of the records that we keep, have to be kept permanently, which means microfilm or hard copy. So hard copy is too hard to keep with space. So we have always microfilmed. I have a company that just got another batch, but they've been very limited. So there has been some changes in Oregon administrative rule allowing us to do some alternate things for permanent record storage. We're trying to work with our vendor to see what that entails, and hopefully there will be some positive things there, so we'll be able to keep some records more in the cloud at state archives. So, and then I have an additional room. So you guys, I've talked about that several years now. I took over the victims advocate room. And so that's just been recently painted and cleaned up for us. And I'm using it right now, just as some kind of extra space, because in order to use that as an election room, I'm gonna need some cameras put in there, a secure door on the front, a few things like that. So we'll try to work through that this year. And I was really hoping to have that up and running by November, but we'll see how. So, and then of course, we're always in preparation for when and if that courthouse remodel comes. So we're trying to, scan records or decide what we need, what we'll need access to, and whatever, if we have to be out of the building. Anything have any questions?
On your property alert thing, we may not even be notified, but have you heard of anyone that's been like alerted, I guess?
Well, there's quite a few people that do get alerted because they reconveyance recorded, which means they paid off the property, things like that. We do see, I have a system that I can look at and at like a dashboard that I can see who's been alerted for what, but it's not been for anything fraudulent. So,
You don't want that in.
no, we don't want that. So.
And then, this is off the subject, but I see a lot of people coming to the ballot box below my office. Are we having an increase because it is a primary, or are we still thinking?
So our last governor's primary, we had about 40% turnout, and we were right at 9% on Friday. So we're tiny bit ahead, but we were like 50 ballots, and we're not. But we'll see what this week brings, and as always, we'll see a lot of increase the last day. So we'll see how that goes. Talking about the property record alert system, though, real quick. Several counties have experienced some deed fraud record. A couple of the clerks have caught it. Deschutes had some. Jackson County's had several. There was a couple other counties, and so they've sent us around the names to look for and what to watch for. So if we see a document coming in with that entity on it, we can try to do something. I mean, there's not really anything I can do as long as they meet reporting requirements, but we can notify. They've got the FBI involved and Department of Justice is involved. So they've actually taken the case on it.
That's good to know. It's state. It's more. It's not just us. It's right. It's kind of state involved. It's very good to know.
Yeah. So we'll see. So we're hoping that there'll be some legislation come through this next legislative period that will help us through that, or at least prevent some of that, or at least find us a way to catch that and stop it at what we see, but we don't always know what we see. So, any other questions? All right, thank you.
All right, everybody, we have arrived at our first scheduled break.
Oh, we do?
Yes, we have our first scheduled break. So let's be back here at 9:55.
Scott has some questions about your new peacock.
One quick note, your package have the DA's presentation next, but actually juvenile should be there. So if you just go forward a couple pages, then you'll be on the right slide. I'm sorry that they were out of order. Okay, juvenile. Okay, so for juvenile office numbers. The largest revenue that we have for fiscal 27 is that 55,000. That is a transfer from capital reserve to purchase a vehicle for this department this year. And then the intergovernmental revenues is some kind of reimbursement funding from the state, and it's covering about 3% of the operation. On the spending side, very consistent stacking from fiscal 26 to fiscal 27, same staff. It's just your standard increases, and the materials and services costs are for youth medical evaluations, detention, staff training, and then as I mentioned, that one-time vehicle. Okay.
Good morning. So it's the highlights. I feel like I say the same things over and over in these meetings. So you can see I put a packet in front of you that has some graphs on it, and we'll get to that in a second. But some of the highlights of this last time, we do now have in-house electronic monitoring as a detention alternative. So we're trying to sort of offset those costs. Kids who would normally stay maybe prolonged time, maybe get them returned home, constant electronic monitoring so that we're not, so they're back in the community. We're having some additional eyes on them, and we're not paying that extra money for the nightly fees of detention. We have really increased our diversion options, and we are currently have an intern, a mental health intern therapist in our office, and we currently have a therapist who sees clients in our office, and so they're able to run BBT groups and things that are court ordered, and we're able to do all of that in-house now, which is really sort of cut you time in our office, and we're able to sort of divert them away from the court system. If we can offer some of those things in-house and we can have them be intense without having the court mandated sanctions. We continue to train staff. My staff just got back from OSOTN, which is a sex offense specific training. So trying to keep them up to date on the latest and greatest and therapy and interventions. We have an increased number of youth entering the system with serious offenses. And increased commitments to Oregon Youth Authority. If we look across our region, that is the case. However, here in Crook County, we've been able, and I think it goes back to that first, the second sort of diversion options. Our numbers have stayed consistent, and we're actually a little bit below Jefferson and Deschutes County, which is our tri-county area. I really do believe that is the amount of work we put in the pre. We have 2 prevention workers, so we're doing that pre-work. Where other detention or other juvenile departments, only deal with kids after offenses, where we're trying to step in and do some things before. If the kids come on public's radar, law enforcement's radar, school district radar, we're trying to do some interventions prior to criminal offenses. And I really do feel like that's part of the reason we're in the position we're in. As always, we collaborate with our community partners. That's typically what we do most days. I will say my staff is on the phone with various community partners and just trying to work out ways to get our kids services. So in front of you, I apologize. So in front of you, we have this graph. I wasn't sure if I applied there, but I apologize. Yeah, go ahead and go back to that. So in front of you, you have some graphs there about juvenile arrest trends, person crime. So I talk a lot about having these high needs kids that come into the system, and all of the things where all the money we're trying to spend to get them, to and from appointments and make sure they're getting their things. But you can see here that juvenile arrest trends are still climbing. They're still below pre-pandemic numbers. However, they are increasing. You'll see here that juvenile crime trends. So you'll see the person crimes is on the increase, and person crimes are like assault, sex offenses, homicide, robberies, and you'll see that they've increased higher in Oregon than they have nationally. Public order crimes, which is like disorderly conduct, harassment, weapons possession, those are all climbing. And then really what I want to pay attention to those last couple of slides. And this is COJAC. It's actually, the acronym is not spelled correctly there, but these aren't my slides. So I felt weird changing somebody else's slides, but it's actually Central Eastern Oregon Juvenile Justice Consortium. So it should be COJC. But as you can see in the COJAC region, which is your 17 most eastern counties here in Oregon, we have a consortium. Juvenile sex offense referrals are on the rise. They're trending up. You'll see that the weapons referrals, misdemeanor and felony, are both have increased. And you'll see that criminal mischief referrals. Well, you'll see that misdemeanor is kind of taking dip, the felony criminal mischief referrals are up. And that last slide is what I really always talk about. You'll see that the increase of youth with trauma and traumatic stressor diagnoses among all youth that are committed to Oregon Youth Authority and committed to juvenile departments is skyrocketing up. And you'll also see the longer stays. That second thing is the youth staying in custody longer than typical years past. I think that's due to the fact that how many needs these youth have. So when they come to us, it isn't just the typical, I don't want to say the typical criminal, but these youth are acute. They have very acute and they're high needs youth. They need to be touched by multiple agencies in our system. And so they're typically staying in detention and in the correctional facility longer, just because we're trying to get them stabilized, and it's much longer to get them stabilized than it has in the past. That is one thing that I talked about, is that if we're using detention more, prices of detention have gone up. So for example, Cook County's daily rate is now up to $300 a day. If we're going somewhere like Multnomah, which is $687 a night, Yamhill, which I believe is 700 plus or minus. So those costs are increasing. The time that you're staying in detention are increasing. And so that's just one thing that we always keep an eye on in our budget, just to make sure that we're aware that those costs are sort of out of my hands. As far as if we have youth that need to be detained for a long period of time, or if we have like a loss of life, and those costs are increasing. And that's really it.
So Erica, you had 8.7 FTEs and you're down to 7.3 and you're projecting next year 7.3. But with this increased, everything's increased. I'm just gonna say across the board, are you concerned that you are covered enough, that you won't have to maybe be looking back at your staff and having?
Only time will tell, right? Right now, we seem to be managing pretty well. I have some very seasoned staff. I'm very fortunate. I have staff that have been around for a very long time, so we're able to sort of tackle some high needs kids, clients. However, if it continues to increase and we have situations where people are having more than 20 plus kids on their caseload, that could be a time that we're probably going to reassess and maybe look at if we needed an additional staff member in our office. But as of right now, I feel like what I have over there, we have it covered.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So, just for clarification, the variability in personnel costs, high the prior year and then low and then back up again. What with the stable personnel, what causes those variabilities?
So the FTE that's listed is the authorized that was budgeted. But those, like, for example, in fiscal 25, we had a vacant position that entire year. So the dollars that are listed are what was actually spent during those years, regardless of what was authorized to, like, what we could have spent. So staffing has actually stayed really consistent. And then those increases that you're seeing are because of health insurance or step increases. Between 24 and 25, we did have the new compensation, or was it between 24 and 25, we implemented the new compensation schedule. And so people who had been topped out previously were put lower on the schedule. So now they're receiving step increases again, instead of staying topped out and only receiving the COLA. So there are a couple of factors.
I do have an employee who's been here for over 30, with the county for over 37 years, who had topped out of the salary.
Yeah, and now is now receiving steps again. So they're just standard.
It's just big numbers.
Yeah, no, it totally is.
From 932 this year,
yeah,
down to 890 is that vacancy, and then going back up to full.
So I believe there was a benefit election change that caused somebody didn't choose family benefits or something, and it caused that swing. And then we always have that little 0.3 is for transports.
Mm-hmm.
And so
we have one transport officer that is basically on call, so they don't have a set schedule. We call them in the middle of the night, or we have kids that may be transported to and from treatment or to and from detention.
So that's running a little bit lighter than budgeted at the moment. But I left the 0.3 in on the off chance, like, the time could be made up. He might have a lot of transports in the next month.
And he was on vacation, and you know what I mean? And so my staff has been, we've been covering that cost. We've been like, if it's we've been transporting our own, which you don't really see there, but then that causes that comp time or that, overtime kind of thing. So it all kind of balances out in the end, but he's back and we'll probably be using him.
And like in other things, if you're looking for staffing, or if you had to get somewhere, is there people out there? Or is it a really tough market, like Cary, for instance?
Right. I believe so. The only thing I can compare it to is, my partners who are hiring. So I know Hood River just hired someone in a PO position, and they had 23 applicants, which I think is a pretty I know Jefferson County just hired this last year. I believe they had 15 applicants. So I feel like that's a pretty big pool of people who are looking for that type of job. And those are really the only I mean, the Hood River's not really close, but the closest that I can
know,
think of.
because like a lot of careers right now, you can have the application, but there's no one to apply, so that's really nice to know.
I'll try and ask this
Yes.
question. Your last, thank you for the metrics, by the way. Your length of stay, chart, is that 400 days of length of stay?
Yeah, and what we even that's a little bit thrown off is because that includes boarding people. So those are, if you see on the side here, those are youth that are in the correctional facility, and some of those youth are there for multiple years.
Okay.
So it throws off. So you're looking at loss of life cases. You're looking at kids that are going to McLaren, Oak Creek.
Gotcha.
Yes.
And so when it says in close custody, is that also representative of the in-house electronic monitoring?
No.
That's separate.
Close custody is jail.
Okay.
Detention.
Okay.
We don't refer to it as jail, but it's detention or the correctional facility.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Eric.
Yes.
Good.
Good morning.
Morning.
It's still really cold. Maybe you're. Well, I mean, nothing.
Step to pull out.
We totally didn't. Yeah, we do need a step to look at. All right, quick overview of numbers. So District Attorney's Office is in the general fund. It is primarily supported by property taxes and the other revenues there. However, 407,000 is estimated to come in for fiscal 27. Most of that is intergovernmental revenue. There are several grants, VOCA, Victims of Crime Act, the Candy Grant, which is the Child Abuse Multidisciplinary Intervention Grant, it's helping pay for the investigator, child support enforcement dollars, and the Community Corrections Grant partially pays for one of the deputies district attorneys. So those grants, along with a few other little revenues, are helping offset 12% of the operation. On the spending side, it's primarily personnel, and it supports 17.1 FTE. I did want to make a call out. This year we've had vacancies, so that is why the estimate column is low. So we are keeping all of the positions there from fiscal 26 to fiscal 27, hoping to fill those positions this coming year. Materials and services is down slightly because we have moved the medical examiner contracts out of this budget because it didn't make sense here. And then also internal service fees are lower, and that has made a material impact on the budget. So, all right.
So, DA's office, work plan, we continue to have the retention recruitment issues, the same that we have had. We currently, at my most senior, lengthiest employee, DDA, has been here 2 years. That continues to be a significant issue. We currently have one vacant position. The part of the challenges are my attorney just a couple weeks ago when we were staffing cases, I asked, how are y'all doing? And someone said, I feel like I'm drowning a slow death. When you have neighboring counties who are beating us that significantly, we have to look hard at those costs. I think it was last year budget, we talked about, do you think, I was asked a question, do I think that it's the salary? Last year, we were pretty even with our local competitors, Jefferson and Deschutes County, the jurisdictions where people can drive to employment there, really from any of the tri-county areas. We're not there anymore. Last week, I received a copy of the Deschutes County District Attorney's new salary scale that's being implemented. They have received a significant pay increase. They're also on 7 steps. So they're now beating us by about $50,000 to $70,000 for those steps. The only place we're comparable at this point with Deschutes County is the incoming brand new fresh out of law school, who they're not hiring. So we really incentivized attorneys coming here, being trained. We invest all the time, energy, and resources in training them to have them just go 35 minutes away, 40 minutes away for significant pay. Anyone in Deschutes County who's been there now with their new pay scale longer than 7 years, because they're at 7 steps, just for DDA. This is not any sort of supervisor or admin. They're looking at about 180. So that's significant. I made an offer in the last couple of weeks to an attorney who had experience, who was interested in coming over from the Valley, wanted to work somewhere more rural, and he rejected my offer because I couldn't make it pencil out for them financially. I also found out last week Jefferson County is now beating us by about $30,000, and they have hired 2 attorneys, one with just a little bit of prosecution experience, the other with no prior prosecution experience. Both paid $30,000 or more, and even beating my chief deputy, who's got significant experience. So that's a little defeating news that I've gotten over the last couple of weeks that I think that we need to take a critical look at. It is expensive to have turnover. It's harmful to the community. When people have high burnout, a lot of turnover, there's only so many places that supervisors can be. On a good note, I did fill that chief deputy district attorney position. I think most of you know that. Rehired someone who has previously started out here and has returned to Crook County. Our attorney graduate, this was a position during the workforce plan that was created for recruitment purposes, someone who's graduated law school but hasn't taken the bar yet. He did successfully pass the bar, so he's moved to DDA. And we have that one vacant position. Julie Martinez was our victims assistant supervisor for many, many years. She retired, and we did successfully fill that position as well. Next slide. Probably my most exciting piece of news, most positive piece of news, is the DA investigator. I presented last budget year about implementing that position. It has been a swimming success. Resounding success, something like that. It's been awesome. I was able to obtain some CAMI grant funds to help support that position. And that just means that he's designated for part of his job duties for a certain percentage of his time to assist with child abuse investigations. It has been a huge help. Early on, one of the first cases he participated in, the officer had moved on to another agency, so he was able to help me complete that investigation, locate and interview witnesses. It has been a significant benefit to both our office, I think with our local law enforcement as well, working with them, and able to supplement some of the gaps that we have in our cases. And he's been involved in every major case that has been in our office. The CAMI grant funding that I was able to acquire is about $25,000 a year to help offset the cost of that position. We still have high caseloads with the addition of the chief deputy and experienced attorney, and then we have another DDA too, who is very experienced. They are able to take on more of our complex cases and have helped alleviate some of the workload from others. We still have too high of a caseload. That is part of what we do. Is in a DA's office, you are just moving cases, and it's always a little chaotic and fast moving and fast paced. That's part of, I think, the joy of the work, is that people who are DDAs, that they like that fast pace. But we have to get it to a point where people don't say I'm drowning a slow death. Obviously, caseload averages really depends on how complex the case is. If you're handling a significant homicide case, we're going to need to remove your other burdens from you so you can focus on prepping that adequately. And so that's kind of a moving target. Obviously, I've talked to all of you about our mental health and drug laws and the changes in those laws, limitations of resources, some of the high risk. We can take a case that looks like it's a low level public nuisance case, and then that escalates quickly to something that's a significant safety risk to the community. Software services has probably been our biggest change. Those are resources that we need, and all of our costs have increased. And so trying to manage and make the most fiscally responsible decisions in our software needs, and the databases that we use. But those are probably my materials and services. That was probably my biggest increase. This budget year was the cost of our software services, our case file management system, our storage system, legal research databases. Questions?
I guess the biggest thing is I don't know how we do it, but I'm disturbed that we're now 30,000 less than Jefferson County.
I have some ideas. I think that we're 13 steps is just too much for these professional positions. And historically, the answer I've always gotten has been that the pay steps are tied to other departments. I think it makes sense to separate those out and look at those individually and compare these professional services to what's happening in our geographic region, so that those adjustments can be made without waiting for the county to invest in another 10 years in an entire county-wide pay structure. We have to be proactive. I know the Deschutes County pay structure has been in the works for a couple of years. And I think that, I don't know that we figure out what the solution is tomorrow, but I think we need to be proactive. We see it coming. We do not want to be in a situation where I have an empty office again in a year or two. So being proactive about it, figuring out, do we look at, Deschutes County, I know does incentive pay for people who are doing other tasks and other things. I keep, unfortunately, because of the mandated laws, I'm adding more and more things at all hours, 3 a.m., 4 a.m. calls and call outs to the more senior attorneys in my office, but there's no difference in pay. Other departments, other agencies are doing incentive pay. And I think we also need to look at, Jefferson County ended up in that scenario because they had an empty office for a really long time. And, we're seeing our judges have just got a significant pay increase. Significant. I think next year they go up to 250, and that's statewide. So we have to look ahead at that and figure out we're never going to be equal, but we shouldn't be blown out of the water by the pay increase or the pay disparity between our neighboring counties.
I don't know who this question's for, but how often do we do competitive wage analysis in the county?
So we did one a couple years ago. And I think prior to that, it was 7 or 8 years before. So it's not a full 10 years in between, but it's not something you have to do on a regular basis.
Right.
We did it 2 years ago, kind of at the point of pain, if I remember, because of systemic across the county issues that she described in the DA. Right?
Yeah, no, it was across the organization.
But isn't it, when you're looking at the caseloads they have, and I don't think they're gonna go down, I think we're gonna see them increase. Is that we need to single this out and address the disparity that's going on and what we project in the front line. Look at Erica, they're staying longer. I'm sure that's the same in the adult.
Yeah, we're seeing more serious and complex offenses. The mental health stuff is very complex. We're seeing a lot of additional obligations. The expungement laws, a lot of behind the scenes stuff that maybe isn't necessarily a file case that is impacting the underlying work that we do. More requirements, more challenging case law and legislative, requirements. It seems like every day there's a new form that we have to submit or file or pass on, and ultimately the obligation almost always falls on the DA's office or law enforcement side of.
And the impact we're talking about for the wages here, is mainly related to the 4 deputy DAs and the 1 chief deputy DA.
I don't know that I'm looking at the same thing that the numbers you're looking at.
Well, I'm just looking at your org chart here with the 4 deputy DAs and your 1 chief deputy.
I mean, across the board, when you look at neighboring counties, you see a significant pay disparity for all of my staff. Legal assistants, support staff, as well as the attorneys. Where the crisis most commonly ends up hitting is the vacancies of DDAs. That's been our biggest pressure point. I will say that if you look at the numbers of even our legal assistants, they're not comparable to what you can travel and be paid elsewhere.
I think one of my other concerns is we're having cuts in mental health through our contractor, and what is that going to reflect? If they can't provide the services and stay on top of it because of the cuts that are coming, is crime going to now increase even more? So it's kind of an analogy that I feel the graph is growing together.
One of the things that I keep an eye on is you all may be familiar with the Roberts case, that if defendants didn't have an attorney appointed within a certain amount of time, the case gets dismissed. That issue has not been alleviated. Last year it came on kind of unexpectedly. All of a sudden they just stopped taking cases. And so those are the things that I monitor of. Can we handle this case? Do we need to have 2 separate filed cases so they get multiple case numbers assigned to them, or can we address the underlying issues with one filing? So numbers and crunching numbers doesn't always equate to what's happening, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
I'll let Undersheriff makes his way up here. I'm gonna start working on the numbers slide. That's for you. So here's the Sheriff's Office fund. We're looking at total resources and requirements of 19.8 million for fiscal 27. I wanted to call out that beginning fund balance of 6.7 million is we're starting the year in compliance with fiscal policy. So that is exciting. Property taxes and the data center pilot make up that 8.8 million in the taxes line. That is offset by $148,000 for that PRC holdback. The intergovernmental revenue, that is a share of certain general fund revenues like federal PILT, the spend down of the remaining LATCF dollars, and then about $1 million of that for community corrections or parole and probation. And then, other little revenues, fees, and charges for service. The charges for service is primarily for community corrections, having people at the jail. On the requirement side, so we'll have 2 different looks at requirements. This one is by category. So you can see personnel is by and large the largest expense, approximately 68% of the operating cost. And materials and services of 4.7 million to operate, and then the little $4,000 of transfers is for goes to risk management to cover some insurance deductibles from a prior year. We'll talk more about that. Overall FTE, you can see that the year-end estimate, we're down quite a bit from what was budgeted and authorized for fiscal 26. But in fiscal 27, even with removing 4 vacant positions, we are still asking to authorize higher than how we're currently operating. If that makes sense. Here's the other slice and dice of the operating appropriations. So Sheriff's Office is appropriated by major division. The largest is jail, 42% of the budget. Sheriff's Office includes patrol and administration at 41% of the budget. Parole and probation is the next largest at 14%, and then emergency and special services is about 3% of the budget. The sheriff's office patrol division is where that reduction in vacant FTEs happened. Emergency services, you can see FTE increasing slightly. That is due to receiving some funds. Some of those positions are reimbursed by federal grants. We got authorization for more federal grants, so we increased the FTE accordingly. And then the slight change in parole and probation. So state funding is not adequate to cover all the costs of that operation anymore. So we are subsidizing it with other resources within the fund this year. That includes some of the FTE had to move into the jail to be covered there because the other more restricted dollars within that division could no longer handle that FTE. All right. Thank you, Bill.
So some of our highlights this year, and there's some interesting facts, I should say. Jail booked in 1,088 people in 2025, which is an average of about 91 people per month. We did that short staff. We have 19 authorized positions in the jail, and I'm saying 19 authorized. If you look back at your other deal, we have 26 FTEs in the jail, but 19 people actually working the floor day to day with inmates, excluding the jail commander, who also often covers the floor. We have continued and maintained programs with substance use disorder. We've maintained programs for anger management. We've maintained church services in the jail is a really popular one amongst the inmates. The pastor that's in there has the respect of the staff and the people. He's a great guy. Court security, last year we come through the front door with 37,016 people entered through security. Out of those 37,000 people, 815 knives were turned away, 37 pepper spray containers, 3 tasers, and 8 firearms were stopped from entering the courthouse last year. The flag security cases, so last year there were 81 flag security cases, and what that means is the court sees something on the docket, and then they're going to notify us and say, hey, keep an eye on this. We need extra personnel to do this. Now, keep in mind, we'll have one court security deputy sits at the front door. So 81 times last year, the court requested additional deputies in the courtrooms. Out of that 81 times, 94 times deputies had to respond. So there were a couple that the court didn't request until it was happening. I'd also say too that probably the most violent cases that go in front of the court would probably be civil cases. They're going to be your divorces, your alimony, your child support, those types of things. They all come very, very emotionally charged. But I'll talk more about like the violent crime cases in just a second. So for patrol, we had 15,840 calls for service last year, 5.83% decrease from 24. I would say the reason for that would be short staffing and time for proactive police work. Proactive police work is going to keep heads down and do those types of things. And I think that those are important, but we just don't have the staffing to do that. And we've seen a significant decrease in self-initiated calls for service. Technology upgrades, we did do some technology upgrades. We're constantly improving the radio communications. I know we've talked about it for a long time, but FCC went from wideband to narrowband several years ago. It really messed with our radios. We're finally getting to a place little by little, because the total cost of that I was told was somewhere around 20 or 25 million to redo the radio system. Obviously that's a big elephant. And so I do know that the radio guys, IT guys are working constantly to improve that. We've increased a couple of repeaters. We have one going up on Stearns Butte that's going to be hopefully by the end of the year, which will increase radio communications in Juniper Canyon significantly. there's also a digital upgrade, here close to town where the majority of the population is, so that'll be good. We moved to Axon cameras last year. This is a huge thing. It costs quite a bit of money, but it's a huge thing because the quality of digital evidence that we can capture is significantly better. It saves staff time with redactions because their redaction program is just far superior over GTAC. Next slide. Probation. Supervision practices changed with state law. The one I really want to kind of highlight on is House Bill 4002, which is making drugs illegal again, which is great for the community. However, with that comes other problems because they were all say basically legal for 4 years, and then now all of a sudden they're illegal, and so it takes time to work through the system. And so any increase in caseloads to probation isn't going to see a financial increase till probably the biennium of 29-31 budget for P&P. The LEADS program is completely up and running. It's completely grant funded. Aaron wrote the grant for that. Kelly works in the office and is working hard. Out of those, the numbers, 33 people met the requirements to enter the program. 15 out of those 33 people, 15 of them did enter the program. But there's a little caveat to being in the LEADS program is you can't use drugs while you're in the program, you must attend treatment. We've had 0 successful graduations from the LEADS program. So that's the LEADS program. It's if the grant opportunity comes in the future. We got on it early in an attempt so that when the state forces us to do this, we would already have a program built, and then we could kind of have our say in how that works. Emergency services, AJ's group, search and rescue, they continue to have increasing call outs and complex missions over the past year. We did have a couple of multi-day missions where we'd have to do second call-ups and things like that to ask for additional folks. Wildfire season, as you know, last year we had the Highland Fire, which was very public. And then the year before was Crazy Creek. And it's the fire season, and then this year, with the lack of winter that we had, I'm anticipating, and the fire folks are also anticipating a big wildfire year as well. And AJ did complete the CWPP, which is the Community Wildfire Protection Program. EOP is Emergency Operations Plan, and the Natural Hazard Mitigation Plan. AJ's worked hard and completed all of those things, and they have been distributed. Challenges for us, sustainable funding. Obviously we forecasted budgets out, and we were in the hole. As you guys remember last year's conversation, we've worked pretty hard as an agency to try to minimize that by not filling vacant positions to ease the burden there. And then training issues that we have, timelines, so 6 to 18 months to reach solo status. It's about 6 to 9 months in the jail to hire a brand new guy. We have one in the academy right now that just started. It's the second week, so it's going to be probably 6 to 9 months before he's going to be operational. For patrol, is about a year to 18 months to get someone if we hire someone brand new. Our violent crime investigations have increased dramatically. Over the last year, assault of arrests have increased at 40%. We are housing 40% more assaulted people in our jail than we ever have before. With that, you know, we did have 3 folks in our jail on murder and 1 on attempted murder. Carrie talked about the mental illness, mental health. Susie brought that up, and that's some of that is where that lies too. But one case I wanted to highlight on was sex crime. I have a deputy right now. He's a 2-year guy. Now I'm working a pretty significant sex case. And I asked him last week, he's been keeping track of his hours that he spent on this case. He worked 179 hours on just one case and only one case. Therefore, and you go back to 15,000 calls for service a year, it's about 1,000 calls a year per deputy, a little more than that. But then he's got 180 hours essentially on this one case, which means the other guys are picking up the slack when he can't be there. Mental health is still a significant challenge for us. Drugs, just general mental health. There's one gentleman in town that doesn't use drugs. He's just mentally ill. That the city police deal with most of the time. The homeless population, we do have a little bit in the county. I attribute that to our neighboring county who has done the cleanups and done the things, and they're pushing them out this direction. Our guys have been as proactive as they can be to get them to respond to better services. Reduction in staff. Where are we at here? High risk trials. So high risk trials are they do take a lot of time. Usually the jail commander is heading that up with a couple of guys on overtime when we have these homicide trials or big sex abuse trials. And it takes significant staffing, and almost all of them are on overtime because we're usually at minimums in the jail. Emergency management is supported by grants with variable funding. That's still the same. EMPG is, as Jamie had mentioned, doesn't cover the whole thing, and so we're covering some of that from the county. I think that's it. Questions?
I have a general one for you, Bill.
Yes, sir.
I know that the department's been under budget constraints and challenges for the last several years, and it's obviously forecasted to continue in the future. And they've done some stopgap things to try and cover some of those deficiencies. But how has this been affecting the morale of your employees dealing with this on an ongoing basis?
I would say that it's split. So, you know, some of these guys, the morale's kind of in the tank. The guys that have been around a long time, some of the questions that I get asked are how can our FTE numbers went from 74 to 57. So historically we've had 14 folks available on patrol, and now we only have 12 to actually rubber on the road doing those things. And the question is how can we go below what we had before? And I said, well, because we can't afford it. And so it is affecting morale there. It's affecting morale in the sense that folks are they believe that there's money out there and we're just being stingy with it. That's not the case. Obviously, I mean, we work pretty hard together to come up with a resolution. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's taxing our folks. Our jail people are under mandatory overtime. We broke down patrol shifts to cover the jail because we didn't have enough folks working in the jail. And so, and then we're still trying to cover the jail. And every time we do that, we don't have folks out on the road to cover during those times. Now we're trying to minimize that the best we can and work within our resources. But it is absolutely taxing on folks, and folks are leaving because of it, just for more money and easier hours.
Aren't the positions in the jail approved? They're just not full.
Yes. So that's another complex answer that I'll give you is that we just washed out 3 in background, and it's not like, you know, and the jail commander and the sheriff and I were talking the other day, these aren't ones where like it might be somewhat questionable, and we can take a chance on them. These are like hard pass. Like they just don't, and these people are applying, and you know, maybe they interview good, and then when we get to background, with all these things cost us money. When we get to background, they're just not, they're not good fit, for it. So, we're not getting applications, of good candidates that we once were. And I don't know the answer to that. Anything else?
If you were fully staffed in the jail, can you describe how that would improve? I mean, obviously it would improve your in the field folks.
So fully staffed in the jail. Okay, so for this next budget year, what we're asking is 19 floor positions. Okay, well, I'm just talking about where the rubber's on the road, floor positions. That gives me 3 teams of 5 and 1 team of 4. That's 1 team is going to be at minimum staffing. So that means that team, someone's going to have to work overtime to cover if someone's sick, vacation, FMLA, paid leave organ, whatever it may be. We're short 1 from even doing that. Now the other 3 teams will be able to have 1 person gone at a time. And with the time off and the things in today's market, you know, and Foley statistics say that 3.2% of your work staff's gone every day, which it just makes it hard to cover. And that's part of the problem in the jail. It's also part of the problem in patrol. Currently I have, 1 brand new guy in patrol, 1's coming in July. And then I got 1 out on extended leave. Well, that's 3 people out of 12. So that means I only have 1 team that can actually operate normally, and the rest of the teams are at minimum staffing. If someone wants a day off, the lieutenant's got to cover patrol, which is what he's doing for the next week and a half straight, with no days off. And that's, you know, and he's got other tasks that he needs to be doing, but we just don't have the people. And I mean, the detective has been working patrol shifts and not doing detective work for the last few months because of the staffing levels. And we're trying, but then also trying to understand and be a good steward of our resources and manage within what we're allotted. And also trying to not be reckless when it comes to what the forecasted budget looks like.
Is there a way to look for, expand our reach on who we're bringing in? Because it sounds like if we were fully staffed at the allotted amount, we would be in a lot better position.
So I know that we accept NTN testing and we accept post-test. Stephanie actually does the post-test, ORPAT, all the things. Our hiring process takes a long time anyway. But as far as reaching out, I think we have over 20 applicants for the jail positions that are coming up, but we got to let them soak. I mean, it's just stuff that just takes time before we can do it. With what's being presented for this year, which is 12 patrol positions, that's no detectives. So like the 180 hours that the deputy spent on the sex abuse case is taking him away from the other regular patrol duties, but we're also not allotted those positions this year because we only have 12, and we gotta have staff or scheduled minimums for guys to work safely. And then in the jail, on the jail side of it, I mean, 1 team in this proposed budget, 1 team's built in at minimums, where no one's going to be able to take time off or do any of those things. So, but reaching out broader, I mean, I'm all ears if somebody has an idea, but I think that we put it out there on the platforms that are available to us through HR and hiring thing and those things. So
I'll just put in one piece of the puzzle here. Part of the issue is we put the brakes on hiring. And in doing that, we fell behind, right? So now it's gonna take us 1.5 years to catch up. So in order to get to the space where we wanna be, we have to be able to have we have to play the numbers a little bit, right? We have to have enough future forecasted FTE to hire up to, knowing we're going to have a gap of vacant TE to kind of, so the issue did happen because with all of the uncertainty of being able to hire somebody and keep them with us, right? We fell behind. And so now to catch up, if we had 19, which we have, if you look back, I bet, when was the last time we were ever fully staffed? We're never fully staffed. So we have to have enough of a gap to continue to hire, knowing that we're going to get that next shoe to fall, that next one to happen. And then we're going to have to consistently hire, even if that means for a 6-month period, we're quote unquote overstaffed by 1 FTE. Yeah, the shoe's going to drop. It just does. It's historically shown, but right now, the reason why we're at is we fell
behind. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Bill.
Thanks. All right, everybody, I know your packet has a break slide. That was the break that we already had. Does anybody desperately need a break? Or can you hold off for another probably hour?
Good.
Good. Okay. All right. So then we'll proceed with library. Kim makes her way up here. I will go ahead and give you a preview of her numbers. We have a growing fund balance in this. This is very exciting. The library fund is primarily property tax funded. You can see that is the 1.8 million for taxes is her largest revenue. And it is offset by about $35,000 for that potential refund credit. Within the charges for services, that $37,000 includes the law library fees from the state. It's about $28,000 for fiscal 27, specifically for law library services and materials. On the spending side, the $923,000 supports 8.5 positions. That is down quite a bit from prior year authorizations, but is up from current year operating. So hoping to fill a vacant position for sure. And then as far as the expenditure going, the $918,000, the pretty balance between personnel and materials and services. That $918,000 supports collection development, technology, and facilities costs. And then again, contingency, you can see we're anticipating to grow. That'll be next year's fiscal 28 fund balance, the 1.2 million. So positive financial outlook for the library.
All right, so some highlights. We've got ongoing maintenance and improvement of our building. It's almost 30 years old, so we've got some stuff we're working on to start our sidewalk project. So we're hoping to get that finished this next year. Our staffing levels are under review to sustain service quality and meet community demand. We're doing okay right now, but when someone's sick or we have vacations, it's hard to make up those positions. We all work extra hard to do all those jobs. And we still invest in physical and digital collections to meet our evolving patron expectations and support lifelong learning. We are in the process of transitioning to Vega Discover Catalog. It's going to improve access to digital resources and the user's experience. We have an outdated catalog right now, and it is not ADA compliant as of April, so we're in the process of switching that over. And we are continuing to expand our service access through our outreach programs, our digital platforms, and flexible service delivery models. Some of our challenges are recruiting and retaining adequate staffing. Like I said, we are pretty low right now from 11.1 to 7.4, but we're getting there. We'll get back up. I don't think we need 11.1. I think that was too top heavy, but, around 9.5 is what I'd like. And then just addressing our aging building and some deferred maintenance. We need, new paint. We have cracked, walls. And then our sidewalks, just general upkeep. We got a new roof a few years ago, so that's okay, but we're seeing other things that it just needs some upkeep. So. Any questions?
Thank you, Kim.
Museums, well, Tanya's way up here, you wanna? Why we're doing museum?
So in the past, we have had museum as a separate budget. However, they are what's called a blended component unit of the county. So their financials are actually blended with the county. And they are a separate fund in our financials. Because of the commissioner oversight on their budget. So we did some research into the way we have it set up and determined that the museum's budget should actually be part of the county. So that's why you have Sean here today as part of our budget as well. So it'll continue to be that blended component unit, which is fit more into the actual requirements of what that component unit does.
Thank you for explaining that.
So a quick overview. So actually, yeah, Sean, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes.
For those who don't know you?
So my name is Sean Briscoe. I'm the director of the Bowman Museum. Usually I do this in a different setting, so this is my first time doing it in front of you guys.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so a quick overview of museum's numbers. Fund balance. The beginning fund balance is growing. Again, a trend that has been a struggle to get to, and Sean's worked really hard to get us to this point. The largest revenue for the museum is taxes. That includes both property taxes as well as transient room tax. And the property taxes for this are offset by about $8,000 for the potential refund credit. There's also two different tax pieces at work here. We have the county allocating 6% to them, and then also, 6%, 6 cents per thousand. And then there's also a local option levy providing an additional 6 cents per thousand. So it's a total of 12 cents. Part of it is just the county saying, here's your part of it. And then part of it is the voters agreeing to it. That local option levy runs through fiscal 28. On the spending side, this budget supports 2.75 FTE or rounded up 2.8, that 294,000. So we have 2 full-time and 1 part-time staff member. Operating costs are primarily the technology and facility maintenance of the building, with a little bit for the actual supplies related to like exhibit, archival pieces like that. And then we're hoping to maintain the current service level at the 2.8, but looking to go back to a full-time, 3 full-time in fiscal 28. So 1 more year of this particular staff model. Hey, John.
All right, so some of the highlights for the museum is expanding community engagement, strengthening collective partnership. We have a great relationship with the schools and the community groups, and it's not just schools within Prineville, but all the way out to Brothers and Lina. And we want to expand our services and not only get the kids into the museum, but also support the educators who are actually in the classrooms. And some of the ideas that we're looking to implement is some online resources, some pre-made packets for teachers, any way to help the teachers bring history back into the classrooms. Also, we're looking at different ways of connecting with our community groups. We do work with a variety of different community groups, from the Roundup to Kiwanis, but we have a lot of community groups in our community. So we're looking to find new ways to connect with them revolving around our history. We're looking to enhance and modernize our current exhibits. We currently are able to refresh about 1 to 2 exhibits per year. It takes a lot of time and creativity. So we're hoping to increase that this year with new artifacts, but also blend in to use technology to help us bring in a more richer, holistic experience for our users. In addition, we're also looking to bring in a lot more traveling exhibits, not just from Oregon, but from across the country, which is neat because that gives our community a chance to see museums from New Orleans and Washington DC without actually having to go there. And then we are in the process of continuing our mission to digitize and preserve our historical artifacts and photographs. This is kind of our bread and butter, our mission. And that includes also, we've made significant progress on Ranchers Memorial and several of our other offsite locations as well. Next slide. So some of the challenges the museum faces is, like Jamie said, we have 2.75 staff members. Someone's always got to be at the museum. So with the increase of community engagement and bigger projects, our biggest factor is staff limitation plays into effect. This usually means that bigger projects tend to take longer. And then also we unfortunately have to be a little bit more selective on the events that we want to attend. We want to attend all of them, but we only have so much bandwidth. So that's one of our limiting. And then the limited monetary resources and just the rising cost of archival material has gone up. Exhibits, traveling exhibits have gone up as well. Even just postage and shipping has gone up. So that kind of limits us on what we can do. The museum is always continuously looking for outside sources for grants and donations. But it is a limiting factor. But I do have to say that we do receive a lot of generous support from our community, who definitely volunteer and help us build things and work with our group, which a lot of our projects couldn't be accomplished without them. So we do get a lot of support, but things are just kind of costing more. So. But yeah.
I've known of a lot of folks that gift to the museum, and I'm just wondering, that is not included in the proposed budget, but given the proposed budget of $304,000, how much did you receive in the last year or so?
That's a little bit of a mixture. So when people donate to the museum,
there's money and there's time.
Well, it doesn't actually go into the museum's county budget. That actually goes to the Historical Society.
Okay.
So this is not, and the Historical Society does support the museum with money to help build exhibits and stuff. Our collection, for example, our collection budget for artifacts and management is about $2,000. That's not much. It is supplemented by the Historical Society. They help support that as well. So when people donate to the museum, it actually goes into the Historical Society, not our county budget.
And how much did the historical budget, the Historical Society contribute to the museum last year?
So last year it was about, they budgeted about $10,000 that we have access to. While we do have that pot that does pay for traveling exhibits for the Belknap Exhibit Center, and some of those outside projects, one of the hardest things that we do face is just having the staff time to sit there and create the exhibits. So I believe last year we spent, about 4,000 of it to upgrade exhibits and bring in traveling exhibits.
But that's still not very much.
No, it's a combination of not a lot. Luckily, I do have to say my staff is really good at doing a lot with a little. They're very creative and they're very good at asking for help from other people who have experience. So, but yeah, it's a little on the smaller side, but they do a really good job.
Do you have a concept of how much they have in their budget, like in the bank? And
I do. I just don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head. No, that's their budget. I wouldn't want to give you a wrong number.
And the agreement is basically like the county side of it covers the operation, the personnel, and making sure they have a space, the utilities and all of that. So it's operating like it's supposed to,
yes.
Where the Historical Society is the nonprofit. So if people want tax write-offs, it benefits them to give money to the nonprofit side of it. And then, so it's operating the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, it's working how it was planned, and they're very generous. They help us out whenever we need it. It's just I think one of the big things is just the time to create the exhibits and stuff like that. For example, we updated 3 exhibits last January when we're closed. It takes my staff about a month to do 3 exhibits. Just collecting, printing, making it tell a story. So it's a time thing, and this is not unique to our museum, but it's kind of common for museums to just take time. Yeah. I think that's a good question. Thank you.
Any questions?
All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right, while Casey makes his way up here, I'll give you an overview of the Fairgrounds Fund. So total resources and requirements of 2.75 million for fiscal 27. Of that, the intergovernmental is the largest. That is thanks to a new $1 million. But I don't want to take all the fun out of telling you what that is. I'm going to let Casey tell you all about that. The most consistent resources for the fairgrounds are transient room taxes and transfers. General fund does consistently support the fairgrounds. It's less this year because we are also using capital reserve to invest in the new reader board. So that is slightly offsetting the general fund support. The combination of capital reserve and general fund support is $250,000 this year. And then we also have some lottery dollars that come in, that transfer in to help support. The $255,000 that you see there for charges for services, that is like rental income basically for facility use. On the spending side, we're going to look at it 2 different ways. Again, here's by categories. You can see the personnel, material services, and capital outlay. That personnel supports 5.3 FTE. You see the number fluctuating quite a bit from one year to the next. That is not a fluctuation of regular positions. That is a fluctuation of us trying to nail seasonal help, trying to get the right number of temporary staffing to help with fair, to help with rodeo, and just the events that are happening from one year to the next. So that's the fluctuation. The $25,000 transfer is to risk management, again, for some insurance deductibles. The capital outlay that you see there, that $1,089,000, that is supported by restricted dollars specifically for infrastructure improvement. So materials and services, I guess I'm going really out of order, sorry guys. Materials and services supports county fair and just maintaining the fairgrounds, the utilities, and all the costs that go into it. Really quick, here is the other slice and dice look at the fairgrounds fund. So this year we're going to appropriate it by activity. What this does is it helps us be more transparent about the cost of general operations, which is the staff and just the utilities and operating, maintaining the buildings and the fairgrounds. We've done a call out on the county fair budget itself. So again, to be transparent about what that takes. And then the special projects, those are the capital and infrastructure improvements that have restricted dollars that pay for them. With those being such a large dollar amount, we don't want the other expenses to get lost in the appropriation that's built in for these large projects. So that is why we're going to go ahead and appropriate it by activity this year. Any questions about that? It was very quick. Okay. Thank you, Casey. It's all you.
Good morning. For the record, Casey Gates, the manager of the fairgrounds. Highlights for the fairgrounds this year, we're in the finishing stages of 3 bathrooms being renovated, sorely needed them. We had a couple of champions within the county that pushed on us pretty hard, and we made that happen. As in the previous slide, we've made some significant reductions into the fair budget. We've been able to do that operationally and still present and have a very good county fair. We've had record sales in the juvenile livestock show. We've been fortunate enough to have a carnival come for the last couple of years, which is very well received by the community. That kind of allows us to do some other things. We wrote the Meta Community Action Grant and did receive that, which we're just currently putting together. It is a refresh of technology for Terry Foster Hall PA system. Some LED boards like these that will soon be installed. We had a couple great legislative wins this year. One is a one-time money of $1 million to help promote the capital improvements for just the horse racing piece of it. And there's a committee that's been formed to kind of look at some of those expenses that will come up. And then the other one is we were successful in getting our 1% cap removed from our lottery dollars going forward. So in 27, we'll be able to see those lottery dollars come in and offset our operations. Pursuing some additional transient room tax. And I've talked to the county manager about this. Commissioner Brummer and I started on this 6 or 7 years ago. And so we're going to pursue that. And then we have ongoing improvements in the pavilion tent and the outdoor and indoor arena. Our challenges are increasing costs of energy and operation, the maintenance of old buildings and old equipment. We continue to put Band-Aids on things. There's a growing demand for even larger event space than we have available. And we think we're missing out on some larger events, just not even giving us a call to talk to us about it. Evolving venue technology standards and expectations. We don't always have the latest and greatest IT equipment to be able to produce some of the things that people are largely doing. The presence of a couple of other large private facilities in the county has, I don't want to cause this issues, but we've lost a couple of events to some of the other venues in the county. I do know I was just recently told that the Curly Arena is up for sale. So that would eliminate one if they don't do events anymore. I'm not really sure. But I was told that. Where's the Curly Arena? That's the one that's up in Bellevue. Where they want to do the camp houses. Got it. Anyway, with that, is there any questions I can answer?
Just general question, maybe you don't answer yet because it might be too preliminary, but the 1 million in horse racing support?
Yes.
That's for capital improvements, correct?
It is to promote and it's to promote horse racing at the county fair level.
Casey hasn't gotten this yet, but our county attorney this weekend worked on a legal interpretation of what that actually means, which I need to forward to you. I have another question I want to pursue, but there's the legislative bill and then there's the racing committee. And the racing committee has taken quite a line, like if we build a barn, it can only be used for racehorses and we have to padlock it. But again, by going back to the legislature, a fairground, it was given to a fairgrounds. It does not say the word exclusively horse racing. So I had legal interpretation after this last meeting, and I think that we're going to be able to do some good things there.
Good.
And enhance the safety, whatever. Still for the horse racing, I think we can also do some things for the fairgrounds, because that in turn, if you don't have people betting, and you know, why have the horse racing? So we need to do some of those infrastructure improvements also. But I've got to send that to you today.
There were 5 counties that received this.
Yes.
This movie. We're one of the fortunate ones. I think the big win is the removal of the lottery cap.
Yeah.
That is going to really, I'm not going to say put us over the edge, but it's
ongoing dollars. Casey does a very good job of trying to balance his pennies.
Any other questions? How much is the new roof in the pond?
Don't even act that.
You need a new roof. How much is it in the pond?
Darn you, Steve.
We've gotten a couple estimates, and they're very preliminary, but it's anywhere from 900,000 to $1.8 million.
And that would include, the insulation that's underneath.
Right, Health and Human Services. While Katie makes her way up here, we'll start getting in on the numbers. So the Health and Human Services Fund, total resources and requirements of 4.9 million this year. And just a quick call out that intergovernmental, the fiscal 24 and 25, those numbers are really high compared to the future numbers because of mental health dollars. In fiscal 26, we made the decision to move the pass-through mental health dollars into a payable account. That way, what's left behind is the portion that the county actually has any control over and works on. Before that, it was like $4 million in, $4 million out. And we were constantly chasing whether we had enough appropriation to send the money on when in fact it's a flow through. So that is why the dramatic decrease. You can see in materials and services a similar huge numbers that suddenly drop off. That is the explanation for the drop off. So back to fiscal 27 numbers, that 2.475 million, those are federal, state, and local grants that support public health, environmental health, and mental health, the county or at the county level. The transfers and interfund of 515, that is general fund support. A lot of times that is a match requirement for those grants. The community has to be locally invested in the activities that we're doing as well. On the requirement side, we're going to look at it again 2 different ways. Here it is by category. So approximately 68% is personnel, 32% materials and services. For the FTE side, you can see for fiscal 27, we are requesting a decrease in authorization, but it does give us room to increase it, some vacant positions to fill some and actually increase at a higher level than we were currently operating. So current operating is about 20.5 FTE. So sorry, that probably wasn't the clearest. Hopefully you understood what I was trying to say. When we look at the breakout, public health is by and large the largest appropriation, and Katie can get into what all that entails. But then we also have environmental health and mental health. That mental health piece, that is the revenue. You have offsetting revenue equal to that amount. That is the county administration of those flow through mental health service contracts. And then, yeah, that's how we appropriate. Hey, Katie, it's all you.
All righty. Well, going into fiscal year 27, we are doing some ongoing quality improvement work in our clinic space to increase and maximize our billing revenue. Insurance is a moving target, what they will and won't reimburse and at what rates, but we are really buckling down with our internal processes to maximize the cost that we recoup in insurance billing practices. We will be providing Oregon Health Plan assistance, so helping folks apply for Medicaid insurance benefits, as well as navigate those resources so that people are able to use them and use them effectively. So navigating our healthcare system is part of what we've trained some of our existing staff. So we didn't hire new staff to do that, but folks who are embedded in our family health services or nurse home visiting staff are adding this to their skill sets and their ability to help our folks, and not just our clients who come in with other services, but anybody in the foot can come in for these OHP assistance services. We will be engaging our high school students in, and I'm going to work really hard to get the acronym correctly. It used to be our Students Against Destructive Decisions, or SAD group. We rebranded, the students rebranded, and are now the club that is operating in the schools is referred to as SPARK, which I'm going to butcher. But it's our drug and alcohol prevention work and health promotion work. So that includes mental health promotion and suicide prevention in the schools as well. We will be receiving rural health transformation project funds, which will allow us to do some outreach. And our goal is similar to our OHP enrollment services, is to support our community in knowing what health resources are available to them, and not just direct health services, but things like transportation, access to food and sustainable food access, healthy food access. Some of those more social supports that are available that can help reduce chronic illness, and then folks showing up in primary care and emergency spaces. So we'll be doing a lot more outreach over the next year through those rural health transformation project funds. And we'll be partnering with veteran services to do that work, so that we have some really targeted outreach and education work with our veteran population. Some of our challenges are challenges that I've mentioned repeatedly. The good news is that we are making some progress. So I think this is probably the third, at least, year that I've talked about administrative burden. Our state coalition of public health directors has been doing some work with Oregon Health Authority to reduce administrative burden at the local level. So we'll start seeing those process improvements over the next fiscal year. Our funding still remains very, very siloed, very nuanced. The rural health transformation funds are not an improvement. With that, we have to navigate a lot of administrative oversight, and there's a lot of back and forth between us and Oregon Health Authority and the Center for Medicaid at the federal level. So no real improvement there. It is still a challenge. We do have some space limitations, even with our reduced number of FTE. We want to be forward thinking with space, because we don't anticipate our, we would anticipate our staffing levels to increase with need going into the future. So navigating that space is still something that we're trying to be forward thinking about. There is still a breakneck pace of change, especially at the federal and state levels. It's settled a little bit internally. Our staffing has, we've been able to retain staff in positions, and that helps significantly in our internal space, even if we can't control all the changes happening outside of our walls. For environmental health, these are, that program stays really steady. We have great staff in that program with a lot of experience in the field and in those programming and the grants and regulatory spaces. We are always looking at sustainability of that programming, and one thing we'll be doing going into this next fiscal year is streamlining some of the fiscal processing, internal processing, and shifting some of that to our business analysts in the public health department, with the hope that it'll be more accessible to businesses, for example, so that they're able to pay by card. They haven't been able to pay fees and they haven't been able to make other payments like food handlers cards and things by card, and so we're hoping to be able to offer that as an improvement in customer service. Mental health, Jamie spoke to that fund a bit. We pass through those funds to Best Care Treatment Services as our community mental health program, or CMHP. They're really struggling with a cut to Medicaid reimbursement rates. They're facing a proposed 15% reduction in their Medicaid reimbursement, which in reality would result in fewer services that they're able to offer. I encourage you all to, they present fairly regularly to the commissioners on their service levels. I can't speak to that, but it is a challenge for them that they've been bringing up with us.
Is that, we're good for that?
All right, I got more papers, so I was gonna keep going, but next office, yes.
This is a procedural question, just out of curiosity, but while you're here. So when you go to environmental health, does the Oregon Department of Agriculture have the right to, and I'm talking about wine, obviously, have the right to regulate the requirements of storing that out there? Do they have that right?
It's outside of our regulatory space.
So you're not, so you don't have Max going out there to inspect them? then?
Not if they are not preparing food.
If they were preparing food, would it be under, because it's in Crook County, would it be Crook County jurisdiction? Or I was very shocked about this Oregon Department of Agriculture coming in and being very strong on, that's why I'm asking.
It depends.
We'll have to have a conversation.
Not some overlap, but regulatory presence may be in the same space by two different entities, but
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be happy to talk about that.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about that, Katie. Okay.
Any other questions about Health and Human Services? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Veteran Services, also Katie. Quick rundown of the numbers here with you. Intergovernmental, that $97,000 is state funding from the Oregon Department of Veteran Affairs, and it's based on the veteran population within Crook County. 161,000 transfer in is general fund support for the program. And on the spending side, I think the most notable thing is maintaining the staffing, the 2.9 FTE. There's intentional fund balance spend down this year to keep continuity in that office with some staffing turnover in the current year. And the state office does not like seeing our fund balance grow to the level that it has, because they do give us, you know, the money that they give us, they would rather it not be growing. They want to feel like we're spending their resources, and we are, but turnover has caused that balance to grow. So we are continuing to intentionally spend it down within reason. You can see starting fund balance of 235. The contingency would be the following year's fund balance of 155. So it is being monitored, but wanted to call that out. All right, Katie.
We are leveraging those rural health transformation project funds that I mentioned through public health to support some of our staffing. And we wanted to keep because we've had some turnover, it's a 3-person office. So when you have turnover, even with one position, that creates relationship changes. So we're really wanting to make sure that we have stable relationships in that office. And with our 3 folks that we have currently, we are fully staffed again, which is we were able to hire quickly. It's great news. So we have 2 veteran service officers and an administrative assistant in that space. They will be doing some of that outreach to make sure that our veterans have access to some of those health related support services, like access to food, housing, etc., in addition to their veteran benefits that they're eligible for through the state and federal level. We have a partnership that will be continuing with the Vet Center to provide behavioral health in person here in Crook County. They are here about once a week in our veterans offices to provide treatment. And then with 3 staff members, it allows us to be out in the community more, and the potential for extending our service hours. Right now we're at 8 to 5. And so for veterans who are working, they're trying to catch us during their lunch breaks or in other ways. So we're trying to really open up our services to be able to bring in folks who are working to make it easier for them to get services that they need. Staffing turnover it's a dynamic. Like I said, the work is really relational. We are very grateful to have staff right now. We are fully staffed. The challenge is when we do have turnover in the veteran service officer positions, it takes about a year for them to get accredited. And so any claims that we're turning in have to be reviewed by, right now, a staff member at the ODVA or at the state level once we're really close to having one of our BSOs accredited, and so then it can be reviewed in-house, but it's just it's an extra dynamic and extra work. That hopefully we can streamline when we get folks that we can retain in those positions. Questions for about any or veteran services? Very much appreciate the support for both veteran services and public health from our commissioners, and we would be able to do what we do. Thanks, Keith.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Get into your numbers here for the road fund. So for fiscal year 27, we're looking at total resources and requirements of $20.3 million. The majority of that on the resource side is a fund balance of over 15 million. New revenue coming in, the largest one is that intergovernmental. That is fuel tax based on vehicle registrations in the county. The transfers and interfund, that 325,000 is the one-time transfer from capital reserve to help offset the cost of some equipment replacement. And then under miscellaneous, that 508,000 is primarily interest earnings, based on, again, a large fund balance makes nice investments in interest earnings. On the spending side, the 2.5 million supports a steady staffing of 19.2 FTE. In prior years, it was actually the same number of regular positions. We just had budgeted a full FTE of extra help. We have since done a historical projection of the number of hours that we actually utilize additional people during like ship seal season or whatever. And so now the FTE more closely reflects what's actually needed. So same number of regular positions though over time. As far as materials and services go, that is the largest expense category, and 1.5 million of that is for paving, patching, chip seals, and rock crush, road maintenance, in other words. And then the capital outlay there is vehicle replacement. You can see most of that is offset by that capital reserve transfer. The rest of it was a very delayed water truck that was approved prior years. So we're not using capital reserve for that prior thing. We're just finally take delivery of it and paying for it. And then the 3,000 going out to risk management for an insurance deductible, and leaving 13 million in reserve. Okay, Brad.
For the record, Brad Haynes, Crook County's Road Department Superintendent. The highlights for our department this year are the 3-inch overlay shoulder rocking project out on Puckett Road to go up to ryegrass, connecting to that. We're running a low PCI, the road is coming apart, so we got contracted out last year. It's going to be finished this year. In fact, the middle of June, it'll be completed. Crack seal of Juniper Canyon from the county boat ramp to the park is going to be contracted out this year. It's about 6 miles of crack seal, and then Milliken Road from Les Schwab to Four Corners Reservoir Road will be crack sealed. That's you double them miles when you do a contract because it's lane miles instead of center lane miles. So this year we reduced our chip seal a little bit to 14 miles. We're doing a lot of interface county city road areas that the county are taking care of that haven't been chip sealed in a number of years, catching up on some of that, lower PCIs, and some developments. Finish up Jasper Knolls and Crook, Juniper Canyon, and Idleway will be chip sealed. So catching up on some of that stuff. The in-housing thin left overlay area in Juniper Heights. We're going to do the whole development up there. It's a really super low PCI. It's needing some attention. So chip seals are not going to take care of it. We're gonna be cleaning multiple culverts. We're gonna replace a bunch of culverts that are failing or rusted out, crushed, inadequate. We're doing that this year. With the winter, we did get some caught up on some culvert replacements, but we still have a lot more to do. And blading all the gravel roads twice a year. That's our biggest challenge, the biggest highlight. Department challenges is to catch up on the deferred maintenance with the revenue stream dwindling. You know, price of doing business, cost of materials is coming up, and so we're having to do less miles of maintenance with the amount of money that we have. Cost of projects and supplies continue to outpace our revenues. You know, pre-pandemic asphalt was $53 a ton. If you buy it outright, now it's $69 a ton. And with the oil prices fluctuating, it goes up from there. Grant opportunities, with the federal administrative changes, we're on hold. They're actually starting to come a little bit loosened up right now. I've got some grant opportunities I'm working with right now to get some roads back in flat grants. So aging equipment is one of our challenges. All of our equipment is really old. I'm fortunate enough to be able to get some new equipment this year to help offset some of the maintenance challenges that we have. Parts, scarce parts availability. Some of the parts are not even available anymore. So some of our equipment, like fashions and stuff that are broken, they just don't have offer anymore. So, planned projects. This is a map of our planned projects this year. Completed projects. I put that out in the press release, so everybody knows what's going on. These are our planned projects continued and our chip seal this year. Chip seal starting June. Any questions from me? I know it's fast.
Just a general question.
Okay.
With the lack of winter, your labor hours were considerably lower for your ice melt, snow removal, right?
It's my overtime.
Just overtime?
Yeah.
That's all overtime hours?
Of my labor hours, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I guess we'll ask the second part of that question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Brad.
Well, what did we do with that money?
Well, no, I just assumed that availability of labor would have helped considerably for deferred projects.
We did do a lot of deferred projects this year.
Gotcha.
So we moved that labor hours over to do deferred projects.
So you used the labor, obviously, you just didn't use it for snow removal.
Correct. Snow control.
Oh, control.
How's the Sharp Road?
Amazingly well. We got a spot that up by the bridge the day that you come and visited, you and Commissioner Barney come and visited. Didn't get wet enough, so we're going to reprocess that and put it back down. And amazingly well on the north end of it. It turned out really well. So the GI Road, I went and looked at it last week up at Rim. It turned out really well. It's got some shed rock on top of it, but I think it's going to set up nicely.
Do you want to talk to the folks here about kind of one of the things you're working on, potential savings?
So I kind of invested some time and energy into a product for gravel road stabilization. So what that is entailing is tearing the road up with rippers and stuff and blading it and processing it back, getting the water to an optimal water. And then you have this product called Permazyme into a water truck, spray it on the road, process it back and forth, get your optimum water back in, lay it back out, roll it, and get the compaction. You cut it to a depth of 6 inches, and it gets hard. It's hard like a asphalt, but it's not. And it's they say it's got a 7 to 10 year life expectancy to hold that, stabilize that gravel road. It's going to be good for, if it works, this is an experiment. We did 3 miles this year. If it works, it'll be good on roads like Mill Creek or Johnson Creek or any roads that require a lot of attention throughout the summer, having to go back and repeatedly blade them. And you're not putting it in the asphalt inventory where you start losing your PCIs and you have to start maintaining them. So it's a process that we're kind of experimenting on right now. Stay tuned.
Permazyme?
Permazyme is what it's called, by a company called Substrata. Any other questions? Hey, have a great day. Thanks, Derek.
Thank you. Right. When John makes his way up here, we'll do a quick rundown of community development fund. As you can see on this one, it compared to fiscal year 26, fiscal year 27's fund balance is growing. But if you take a look at licenses and fees, which is the bread and butter of revenue for that department, you can see a lot of fluctuation. It is volatile. As far as requirements go, here's the look at it by category. We'll do another lens looking at by division, but 74% of the fund is for, or the spending appropriation is for personnel, and the other 26% in materials and services. And then if you look at contingency and reserve compared to the fiscal 26 amount, both of those are growing on, fiscal 27. Due mostly to higher than budgeted activity in fiscal 26. You can see that the fiscal 26 beginning fund balance at 9.1 million, it actually came in at 9.874 million. So it was a combination of more revenue than we estimated in fiscal 25 and lower spending. So that is dramatically benefiting our ability to increase reserve and contingency in this fund. If we look at the next lens of it, this is how we're actually appropriating the dollars is by division. The largest is by large the building electrical. They operate combined, but we're mandated to account for them separately. So this is an accounting function that keeps them separate. But our building inspectors have licenses for both building and electrical, so they're there. And I know John will speak more to that. But then we also have the activities of code enforcement, on-site and planning. The next largest one in that is planning, which again, John's going to speak to. But you can see the FTE there. The most volatile FTE has been among the building inspectors. Again, where a lot of that activity, economic driven activity happens. And then, turn it over to you, John.
Thank you, Jamie. John, I have community development. Big picture, I think our department is kind of just trying to streamline staff and sharpen our pencils wherever we can, and have kind of conservative estimates as far as money coming in. And so you can see on our highlights, it's mostly staffing. If you look at the first slide, our FTE numbers have gone from just a couple of years ago, we were 33, and then it went down to 25, 20, and we're looking to operate next year at 19. And so highlights where we're at staffing wise right now. We're operating with one building official, one assistant building official, 6 inspectors. All those 6 inspectors have all 4 of the residential certs and 1 commercial cert. On the planning side, we are working with 1 senior planner, 1 associate planner, and 1 senior permit tech. We've gotten 260 land use applications so far this fiscal year. On-site is just the 1 sanitarian and 1 on-site coordinator. 210 applications so far this fiscal year. We have 1 compliance officer, 42 cases open, an ops manager, 2 building permit techs, and 1 administrative assistant. We get a challenge later, but it's a little bit of challenges when we have long-term staff that have a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge. There's 1, like we have the 1 on-site coordinator is kind of nearing the age, getting close to retirement, and it is our single compliance officer that is very vital to us. Kind of some highlights that aren't on these slides. I can go off script a little bit. Last year, we finished our transportation systems plan, which is a broad planning document for the whole county. And now with that in place, hopefully with Brad, the two of us can go out and try to find some funding for infrastructure, for roads. We did a pretty big code update earlier this year, and we are about to launch a Goal 5 comprehensive inventory update. So Goal 5 are natural and cultural and scenic resources, basically what makes Crook County valuable. We got a loan through a grant through DLCD to update our inventory and our maps and rules. The maps haven't been updated since the 70s, since we put the comprehensive plan in place. And so that's going to be a really exciting project. It's going to tie a lot of the public in. And I'm really looking forward to getting that off the ground. With that also is the county will implement our own large-scale solar program. So I know there's been a lot of public interest in solar projects in the county, and there were new rules put in place that will allow the county, as we go through this Goal 5 update process, to really put our stamp on where solar is appropriate for county and what type of benefits those developers will bring to us. We have a few other kind of projects in the pipeline for long-range planning. Those are kind of the broad highlights. Challenges, that always is, we are kind of subject to macroeconomic winds, and so interest rates are still kind of historically high for how they've been lately. And then there is, geopolitical uncertainty. Developers need to be able, the more certainty they have moving forward, easier it is to plan bigger projects. And so we are at the mercy of that. And so our revenue has still been below the boom from the COVID area. Things have kind of flattened out the last couple of years. And so, like I said, it's just been a process of us trying to streamline and whittle away at any expenses that we can to make sure we can try to get to a stable budget, assuming activity stays where it is. Staffing, we don't pay as much as the other counties. We need the staff we have. Like I said, we have a lot of people with some really strong institutional knowledge we're trying to keep. I know at my mid-year budget presentation, I was bragging how we hadn't had any staff turnover since I took the role. As soon as I got back to my computer, I lost a staff member. So I'm not going to say anything about that. I'm just going to say it's an ongoing challenge. We need to keep an eye on, but we are humming along. I think with our current staffing levels, current activity levels, everybody's staying busy, and I think we're at a pretty good spot. And then regulatory changes are always there. They're always tinkering with land use rules and where they're trying to make things better and fix them. It ends up being a lot of times rules upon rules upon rules, so it just makes things more complex and kind of more difficult for developers. Other challenges that are on there are, even with our numbers, we are still, according to the last PSU data statistics, we are the county in the state with the highest percentage of internal migration, so people are still moving here. We have challenges with infrastructure, being able to make sure that we can house all those people safely and appropriately. And we are also, it seems like both within the city and outside the city, a lot of the easily developable land has been taken. And so a lot of the low-hanging fruit has been taken. So we're getting a lot more applications that are complicated as far as finding a way to find a path to approve them. And I think that's it for challenges. That was also very quick. Are there any questions? Is this podium I'm normally called?
It's really tall.
You just dropped overnight.
It feels like.
If you should go stand by it. Everybody
Yeah.
has it. It's very tall.
Your posture, it's a good posture.
Trying to actually see my. All right.
Thank you, John.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
So this might be the first time I've ever said this in this room.
Don't say it. Staff reduction in media.
Schedule. It doesn't usually happen. So kudos to our departments for being so diligent in their presentations for the morning. So we don't actually have any more departments coming in until 1 o'clock. We built in a full lunch break just because we typically need it for presentation overage. So, we're scheduled, like I said, to resume at 1 o'clock. We have box lunches by the door. You are welcome to stay here. There's also, some sodas and an iced tea in the cooler under the table. So if you want to take your box and wander, feel free. If you want to stay here, feel free.
Is it possible that we could cover a couple of these things that don't require department heads?
Possibly,
And not them,
yeah.
like
Do we want to jump
capital
ahead?
Debt funds or the
Sure.
compensation committee or.
Are you good with going off schedule, Will?
We do have on our like notice agenda or.
Yeah, the public.
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 A little public. Sorry, Bill, life doesn't work the way.
Could we do it and then if somebody shows up later, we could re-go over what they were really passionate about?
You know, because what if they're on Zoom and they. Yeah.
I would recommend we just stick to.
Sold.
Life would be a lot easier. Just, yeah.
We're gonna unmute. Alright, we're on.
Give your down.
All right, good afternoon. We're back. It's 1 o'clock. And we're just gonna keep rolling with our presentation of an field. Is that next? Yeah, David is here.
All right, while Jackie's coming up, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a rundown of landfill funds numbers. Hey. I know, it's a very tall podium. Okay, so.
Even rest.
I think we need a students.
Next time we're bringing.
Oh, bucket.
I did want to point out, beginning fund balance from 24 to 27 has increased significantly.
Yeah.
Overall resources and requirements at almost 7 million, with, majority of the revenue coming from the tipping fees, that 4.2 million. And miscellaneous being primarily like interest and investment earnings. On the spending side, that 1.18 million supports 9.3 FTE. It's a slight decrease from what was authorized in fiscal 26, but it is just the reduction of a vacant seasonal attendant that they've been able to operate without this entire year. And then materials and services just supports the operations of maintaining the landfill. Capital outlay is significantly higher this year, and I'll let Jackie mostly tell you about that, but it's primarily some significant equipment replacement. And that 7,000 transfer out is going to risk management to cover some insurance deductibles. All right.
All right. So there are 3 items on here that I would like to highlight, but they were kind of at this last fiscal year. But this last fiscal year, we were able to hire a landfill manager. He's been on board for about 7 months now, so we get him going. He was a previous employee from the landfill, so he knows policy and procedure, and he was a mechanic there at one point, so he's been very helpful on the equipment side, so that's helped me tremendously. So as we get him on board, that'll continues to free me up for some other things. So that's been very helpful. And then at the end of June, we do have 2 larger projects that we're going to be working on. We are replacing the outbound scales that's been approved by the Board of Commissioners. And we are going to be paving our parking lot out front to help cut down on the dust to our scale house and all our electronics units out front there. So we're gonna be doing both of those in June. So looking forward to fiscal year 27. We plan on holding three free events: a free yard debris day, free appliance day, free household hazardous waste day. That large equipment expense, we plan on purchasing a new compactor. With the anticipation of finishing cell 5 or some other larger projects. We're working right now on getting our equipment lined out beforehand, so that way we don't have them both hitting us at the same time. So that's for a new compactor. We're also hopeful to receive our water truck that has been sitting at OMCO since January 2025. Board of Commissioners approved that in 24. We got the truck at the December of 25. It went straight to OMCO and it's been sitting there ever since, waiting to get a tank fabricated. So hopefully we will see that late summer, early fall. We will be preparing for the Oregon lithium ion battery recycling program. That is the new one. That's House Bill 4144 that was approved in March or April of this year. It's set to be effective January 2027 with manufacturer funding July of 2029. We don't have any details or instructions. They're still working through that program, but that will be the next one. We will continue to work with a landfill engineer on partial closure of our construction and demolition cell. We're working to finalize the timeline for cell 5. That's our new cell that's excavated, but we're working on the timeline of when to get the RFP out so we can get it set up in time for cell 4's closure. And we will be requesting an expansion of our asbestos pit as we reach capacity. We'll be submitting plans to DEQ for that as well, which we need a landfill engineer's help on that. And then, as always, continuing to focus on compliance with new and changing regulations in solid waste. Landfill challenges, you've heard me talk about this one numerous times. Surface emissions testing for methane gas. Still successful in passing every quarter test since 2023 to hold off on that system. So hopefully we can continue to do that as long as possible. Additional state required programs. Like I mentioned, we have the battery program coming up. Any other programs that might pop up during fiscal year 27, we'll address those. We're also addressing rising recycling costs and other testing requirements. A huge one has been motor oil. There's only one company in Oregon that takes used motor oil. They have significantly increased their pickup costs as well as the testing requirements for that material. So that's been a challenge for us having to deal with that. Partial final closure of our C&D cell that I mentioned we'll be working on. That's not going as easily as I expected. It's nothing we can't get done, but it's going to take some more time. Prior management built the exterior slopes at 3-to-1. That cell was designed and approved by DEQ for exterior slopes of 4-to-1. So we have material to move. So basically we need to come up with a plan on how we're going to achieve getting those slopes to 4-to-1 that they need to be. We submit how we're going to cover it, what we're going to cover it with. We submit that to DEQ. If they approve it, then we can begin the work. Once we do the work, if he signs off and says it's the spec and he's okay with it, then that portion will come off our financial assurance, which we're working to do so we can get that off before the opening of cell 5. And then, as always, just keeping disposal costs as low as possible to the public, while maintaining operations and all these mandated programs to keep helping.
Would the 4-to-1 expand the airspace or decrease it?
Decrease. But it's only on the exterior slope, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So the methane piece, I know we've talked about this for as long as I've been here, and it seems inevitable that it's not a if, it's a when, right? I'm making an assumption that the fund balance is growing in anticipation of having a big expenditure to, deploy that flare. Is that appropriate?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my question, you go.
I thought that was your question. Yeah.
We have in our, when we did our solid waste management plan recently, there is a section on there that Gary Friesen put together an RFP for that gas collection system to see if anybody would be interested in purchasing the credits off of that, and then they would pay to install that. So we have that piece available to us to see if anybody would be interested, and then they could split the cost. But, you know, if not, we need to be prepared to implement something.
In past years, you'd actually thrown a number, estimate number of that.
At the cost. That I couldn't even begin to tell you now. They've, what was it? So I'm not a Title V landfill, but Deschutes County is. Oh, I don't even know. I can't remember if it's 45% that their costs went up. It was significant, so I wouldn't even be able to throw a number at it now for going from scratch.
45% for ongoing maintenance of the flare?
Yeah, for their permit fees and everything through the state for Title V.
What's the, what title are we in? If they're Title V, what are we?
We're not considered, it's not a title necessarily, we're we don't really have a name necessarily, our population and our waste tonnage.
Is that how they figure
Yeah,
it
the
out?
volume that they have throws them into that Title V. Our volume throws us into the category of being able to test out so far. Like, as long as we pass, we don't have to implement. So, but ours doesn't really have a name associated with it.
Is it 7 figures or 8 figures?
I know at least 7. Yeah. Easy. Anything else?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly makes his way up here. We can do a quick rundown of numbers for the airport fund. So, total resources requirements of 2.3 million. Quick note that fund balance is decreasing. I know Will already mentioned, we have some challenges with construction costs and, rental revenue. The charges for services, that 659,000 is some of that lease revenue, of the spaces being occupied. Intergovernmental period of 16,000 is anticipated. I'll let Kelly cover which projects, but, from some state and federal funding for design work on the next project. As far as requirements go, the 427,000 includes our contract with the city for Kelly and other things like just the maintenance of the airport itself, you know, taking care of the property. The capital outlay is runway design and finishing out a hangar restroom. Debt service includes the Helibase and Les Schwab hangar. That $3,000 transfer out is returning those dollars to GIS because we deposited them incorrectly in 24 or 25. And I think that covers the main highlights. Kelly, it's all you.
Thank you. Well, under highlights, number of bullet points here. So number one is continue the business plan. A number of years ago, we created a business plan where, I think when we talk about the fund balance within that business plan, we were on a decreasing line, and with the plan within that 5-year period is to start trending back up. Of course, that was based on a number of different issues or different items happening, especially our land leases trending back up, and I guess recycling our land lease. We put in a new land lease policy which increases that revenue, and we've been turning over quite a few of those actually, which would obviously increase the bottom line.
we're, if I gave you a percentage, I would say maybe we're 20%, maybe 25% through that transition. And as the leases renew, those larger leases will come back and we'll start to see hopefully that trend come back up with our fund balances. Another piece that goes into that is our projects. We have fewer projects coming up in the next few years, which will lighten the load a little bit also. So we are looking at that fund balance carefully. So again, this is part of the business plan. Bullet point number 2: encourage private and business development. You know, by encouraging that, lease space is where we make our money. So hopefully we can get some more hangar space, some more land leased, start making up some ground. Right now there's 3 people, companies, organizations that I'm talking with that are pretty serious and I think would make a fairly large dent in the next year to 2 years in some of this. So hopefully, we're working on that and developing that. And of course, the ever-long search for revenue generating opportunities. Always got my ears to the ground for something new. This morning I got a phone call from a fellow interested in some property that we might be able to do something with. Our not land side, or excuse me, not air side, not the airport side, but we also own property that is not really used for the airport, and we might be able to develop something for that person. So it's no one big hit, it's just multiple hits. I think that we'll hopefully be able to put together and start to do better in the next few years. Capital improvements, again, like I said, the capital improvements that are big projects, most of them are done. We have kind of one last one here. So this year we have an FAA state funded runway asphalt overlay project on our main runway. So this year is just the design and engineering of that project. $350,000 approximately. Most of it's funded by FAA and through the state. 2027 will actually be the construction. Once we're through that, then we're done with our big projects, and then we'll be looking onto in the next probably 3 years an actual master plan. So, challenges. I talked about another slide. Planning, making the right decisions today to inspire future opportunities. I think the leasing land is where it's all at. So the businesses, private small hangars, that's where we really need to focus our attention. And then of course generating sufficient funds for self-sustainability and maintain the fund balance. So all those things together we're working on. We're doing there's a lot of thought put into these items, and just nothing that happens overnight. But we have a fantastic airport. We've done a huge amount of projects the past number of years, 10 years, which puts us in a great position to just start growing. So, questions?
For Steve this time.
He's gonna ask your question.
Be fully leased.
Fully leased?
With existing private.
All the occupancy probably is the best term for that.
Yeah.
So no, we are not. And actually in years past, we've been trending, 99, 100%. I mean, it's been packed. There has been just a slight downtick in that. And right now, and with that, we have our new hangar building with the 10 units. So we have 4, actually starting first of next month, we'll have 4 of the 10 units spread, and hopefully maybe more. And then other than that, I think there's 2 other units available on the airport, which typically we have had 0, right? So we have 2 open, and then of course what we have. So it's softened a little bit.
And I don't know exactly why that is. I had 7 people signed up immediately to fill our 7 of the 10 spots. And I only had 1 out of the 7 actually take a spot, I guess.
Do you think that's going to change with the tower completion in Bend?
You know, I like to think that there's a component to that. I don't think that's gonna be a big piece of it, but we might get, 1 or 2 over lots of talk about it, but people haven't actually moved in. The tower's not in operation yet either. And then Bend is also, they're in the process of 2 other rows of T hangers over there. So I don't know what those cost. They're gonna be more, but there's gonna be availability. So are they willing to pay that? Versus coming to Prineville. So we'll see how that develops, but they will fill. I know they'll fill. It's just matter of a little bit more time.
You also mentioned your land leases, being 25% updated. Are they multi-year leases or are they 12-month? What's average time span on your lease?
So on a new lease, it's on a new building, it's 40 years, 20-year lease with 2 10-year extensions.
Oh,
and so where we turn these over is some of the older leases are coming up for renewal. And then it's part of it. And actually, that's a smaller portion of it. Most of where we're turning them over is they're being sold. And then once they're sold, a new lease agreement, which changes the ballgame.
So while they're under lease, you can't negotiate increase rates. They're locked in with those rates.
We have a CPI trigger, but 2 to 3% a year, and we're way behind the market. Right? Yeah. There was no market valuation uptick in that lease. Our new ones we have CPI increase, and then every 5 years we do an appraisal, and then everything's changed to that appraisal, so we keep consistent with land values, which was not in the old leases.
Okay. Thank you.
So let's just take time to turn all that, turn that all over. Okay.
40 years.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thomas makes his way up here. We can do a quick overview of the weed control fund financial. This is a resource and requirement budget of $459,000, and the largest revenue coming in is the spraying charges. Requirements fairly simple. We have 1 staff member, and the cost of his doing business, the cost of materials, and just operating. Pretty straightforward. Just a quick note on this that we have had reduced contracts recently. You can see that the fees, licenses, permits, and fees is trending down right now. And so, looking for additional contracts and revenues. Thomas can speak more to that.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is all of my agreements are pretty much active, and everything was still on the table. So we got our $32,000 OWEB grant this year. So that will be kind of nice. We're going to be doing a lot of work up Bear Creek on our Class A noxious weeds, but also just throughout the county. Yellow star thistle is a big one, and I'm finding it more and more actually in town and in the adjacent area to Prineville and Barnes Butte. So that's good. Forest Title II, that is, our agreement's still there. It's maintained, but it's kind of minimal right now. But the good news is, although it's not good, with fires, just like last year, I spent a lot of time in the Maoris, and the bear funding is where all the revenue is coming from right now. So post wildfire work, and we'll see how this year goes, but that's going to keep me plenty busy. So the other things, and this kind of ties into the grant, is at the county association meeting with February, I got to sit down with ODA and talk to them, like, how can I be more competitive? And one thing they mentioned was public education outreach, but actually on your website. When you write these grants, they they're over in Salem, so they look at your website. Well, there's not a lot on my webpage. And so I've been slowly adding a little more information. We're gonna update our noxious weed list. So move some things around, potentially add some Bs and Cs, just to maintain that competitiveness at the state level. So that'll be good going forward. And yeah, I mean, it's just good for folks to know what we do too. So, as for challenges, the big one, Jamie mentioned Bureau Reclamation, lost that contract last year. That was $60K. That was a big hit. The bonus is state parks had kind of, they like the work that we do out at Prineville Reservoir. And so they were willing to throw in about 9 to 18K just to keep us out there. So in terms of Crook County, that's a win, but in terms of my actual budget, major hit. So we'll see where that can go. We got an agreement with State Parks last year and they're doing a modification. So we might be able to get some more funds to work in some more places. And, BLM, that was renewed last year. And, we've got 2 years of reliable funding. So I'm pretty happy about that. No changes with Bonneville, no changes with the road department. And, yeah, kind of like Kelly had mentioned, just trying to look for any opportunities that are out there to, keep your program sustainable.
The city lost the contract with the Bureau of Reclamation, right?
Right.
Was it a bidding process that you lost on, or why did we lose the contract?
When Department of Interior reorganized, they had came through. This has happened when my previous job at Jefferson County too. When you get a new administration, you get new priorities. And if the guy at the top is no longer the same guy, they make a lot of changes. They're shuffling a lot of things. And that was one of the things that got axed, essentially. So it actually wasn't even like a concept, it's the agreement. They looked at the agreement and they went, well, we want to redo this. And so now you have a lot of procurement folks who have left on the federal level, right? And they're still trying to push this through with new stipulations. So something in their check boxes they didn't like, So yeah, I'm in communication with Wade, who's kind of our local regional manager for these type of contracts. And we connect every few months. And it's just kind of the way things are in their agency right now.
So this service just isn't being performed then?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. And fortunately, State Parks stepped in and said, we like the service you provide. So they kind of threw us a bone, and it's going to be between 9 and 18 years, which is better than, poke in the eye, right? So, yeah. Right. But like I said, all the other agreements are in place. The funding might not be there, but the agreement's there, and that's the big part. And they get a modification. Like for us last year, the big win was not a win for most of us, but with the fires. That's what's funding most of my forest, because Title II is almost nothing, $8,000. Forest work was $35,000. So,
with increased timber cutting on the forest, will that make more opportunities for you?
there's the potential, yes. Yeah, typically they, when they're timber cruising, they've had me do surveys in that. So that is a possibility, yeah. That's it. All right. That's what I know.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. We're ready now for the smaller other special revenue funds. So you guys have, this is not your first time hearing about these. These are the smaller ones. We have based on your budget document, you see you have quite a few that categorizes that. These ones are not department specific in general, other than this particular one, the clerk's special revenue fund. So I had mentioned when we talked about the clerk's fund, that some of her staffing was paid for out of another place. This is that other place. This is the clerk's special revenue fund, where statute requires certain portions of fees collected for recording, notary, and archive to be kept separate, and they have very designated restricted uses. So that is where we hold these things. The archive in particular funds 18% of staff time, so 0.18 or rounds to 0.2 of her staff specifically doing archiving work. And the reason that we started using some staff time and finding more projects was because this reserve fund, each of these 3 pots were just growing and the restricted uses weren't really happening. So they're being monitored quite closely. It's kind of temporarily helping cover some staff time. When it comes to a level where she doesn't feel like she has enough sitting in those pots, we'll probably transition the staff back to being fully in her general fund. But for now, it's still working to pay for here. And this has allowed her, you can see in the 26 year an estimate, so kind of some bigger spending compared to prior years. She was able to knock out some big projects, some things we didn't necessarily know a year ago when we were presenting it. We didn't necessarily know what she was going to use these funds for. Some stuff came up. So we tend to appropriate it all. That way she can take advantage of the restricted use when she needs to. So that is this fund. Any questions? All right. Take that as a no. Special Transportation Fund. This one accounts for the federal and state special transportation dollars for like transportation for adult students, for seniors, intercity transportation. These services are performed by the Central Oregon Intergovernmental Council. So we receive the funds and then the COIC will spend it based on established plans and between the county and the state. So for fiscal year 27, we've appropriated this based on what our counterparts at COIC say are part of the approved plan and what they hope to do. They planned for a large carryover, so that is why we have a large beginning fund balance. They didn't necessarily have specific projects that would spend it entirely, so we have some sitting in contingency that will carry over into the future. But again, some restricted dollars for restricted uses that demand for special transportation. Any questions on that? All right. Yeah,
All right, the next fund is our foreclosure fund. Susie, this is the answer to your
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they have very much money in there.
There is not much left in there. So the funds from this fund are from prior year foreclosed properties that were sold. And the miscellaneous revenue is just interest revenue. And then we are appropriating all of the fund balance to allow us to take care of foreclosed properties as needs come up, which it sounds like we have some needs this year. So House Bill 2089 kind of changed the way the counties are allowed to handle foreclosures in the future. So this fund, once these funds are completed, there won't be any more funds here because of the changes to their foreclosure rules.
So like you're saying, they'll be depleted and there won't be any more. Then what happens, like in this case where we have to spend 15,000 to make the property safe? What happens then? You go to the state to get it from them, or
no? So we as the county are responsible for taking care of that property, and we need to figure out.
And it will under reserves, and it will only be reimbursed at the time that we actually sold it. Correct. Then it will just go against debt.
Yeah. So our tax collector tracks the costs and all of these foreclosed properties for legal maintenance and all of that, and so that. Our items, those are items we can recover when the funds are full. We have listed all of that. Any other questions on this one? The next one, this is our risk management fund. This fund was created through a mix of general fund transfers and internal service fees to handle our liability and workers' comp deductibles on an ongoing basis. So we have a deductible would come out of this department. So we're not continually trying to appropriate funds for unexpected events in our other departments. And then, as Jamie mentioned a couple of times, we'll transfer the funds for those deductibles from the departments the following year. We're not constantly doing budget adjustments as we have events in the insurance. And then we do like to take advantage of being able to pay smaller claims on workers' comp and pay those special for the department as well. Questions on that one? Title III, this fund is Title III funds from the Federal Schools Act. So we get Title I and Title III, and as Thomas mentioned, he gets Title II. Title II stays with the federal government, and they use those funds for management on public lands. Title III's main focus is emergency response and work on public lands. This year, in 2027, we have, I believe, just the weed control project that's continuing. The other projects, which are the search and rescue pickup that was paid for with Title III funds, and our mobile incident command post project, should all be completed by the end of fiscal year 2026. Title III, if you remember when we talked earlier this year, actually in December, there was questionable whether it was going to get reauthorized. It was reauthorized in December for 2 years with a retro payment for 2024. So we will have 2 payments this year for Title III, and we'll have another payment in 2026, and then it will go up for reauthorization again. So there's a couple of projects that we're looking at utilizing these funds for, with some fire management and in conjunction with that community wildfire protection plan with the sheriff's office I mentioned.
You want to speak to why it's in contingency at the moment instead of being appropriated?
Because we don't plan on using it currently.
The process.
The process that he is required to spend these funds. So you have to do a 45-day public comment period, and it also has to be approved by a committee with U.S. Forest Service when you're looking at spending these funds. So because of how restricted it is, we don't have any projects that currently meet those requirements that are approved. So the funds are sitting in contingency until we have projects that meet requirements that go through those steps to be approved. The tourism fund, these dollars come from our transient room tax. There's a chunk of those that are put into this fund that are specifically restricted for use in supporting tourism in our community. So that's the taxes that you see, and then miscellaneous is mostly investment revenue and interest.
Have we had anyone actually tap into this at all lately?
We used a little bit a few years ago for some tourism stuff for the rodeo, but we haven't had very many significant projects since then.
I have a project in mind. Keep this money.
Yeah, well, it's probably fewer right now. Question for that? Video lottery funds, these are funds that come to us from the state, and these are used to support economic development. They're required to be used to support economic development in our community. So a portion of these, well, the transfer goes to the fairgrounds, and then the remainder in materials and services is used to support economic development in Crook County in varying ways with other organizations that support that.
We also transferred to the community college.
Yes.
Questions on that?
Is this what funds EDCO?
Yes.
Fairgrounds also.
Yes, part of this.
This is where you're gonna see that increase now that they raise the percentage. Will it go into this, or will it go direct to the fairgrounds?
That one will go directly to the fairgrounds. That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Will there be a reduction in this by that going up?
Not that I've heard. It's a possibility as they reshuffle things, but my understanding is that House bill did not change the allocation anything unless it just increased the fairgrounds percentage. All right. The Crook County School Fund, this one is just to account for pass-through funds that go through to the school district. So these are, Title I funds that are required to go through the school district. Or if we're not receiving the Rural Schools Act funds and we receive timber dollars, the timber dollars also go through here. And then, they get a chunk. Oh, I wrote it down. I didn't bring it up for the Rural Electrification Act payment and taxes dollars go through there as well.
So when you get SRS payment, which you should have gotten, I'd say in April, would a part of this went into this fund and the rest went into roads? Is that how we did it, or?
We split 3 different ways.
Okay.
So there's a Title III portion that goes into our Title III fund. And then the Title I portion is split 25% to the school district and 75% to our road agency. We created that road agency for the funds to go there. Now, since we've done that, our receipt of the Title I funds don't reduce our payment in lieu of taxes dollars that go straight to the county from the state.
And the PILT money goes straight into the general fund, doesn't it?
It gets split between general fund and the sheriff's office. But that PILT dollars is what's not getting reduced because we created the road agency.
Okay, to doing this.
And the split for the Title I funds is allocated under ORS for the state. Okay. Any questions?
All right, Community College Education Center Fund. So this fund accounts for dollars set aside as required in a joint ownership building agreement between Crook County and Central Oregon Community College. Special revenue fund holds resources intended for equipment replacement, building maintenance, and furnishings associated with that facility. As you can see up on the screen, beginning fund balance of $405,000. This year, the county's contribution will be $70,000. DOCC will contribute an equal amount. And we are appropriating the full $552,000 should COCC and the county decide to make any replacement purchases during the fiscal year. Any questions on that?
So that just has to go through a committee approval to do a spend on something that's determined to be.
Yeah,
whether it's chairs or tables or computers or anything related to that building.
Yeah.
Okay.
Surveyor fund. On the page here. So this fund, the surveyor fund, accounts for activity associated with maintaining the county's public land corners and surveying documentation. The revenue for this fund comes from a portion of fees collected with every document that's recorded with the county clerk's office. The county surveyor also collects recording fees for surveys submitted by registered land surveyors. As you can see again up on the screen, beginning fund balance of $181,000. Revenue includes $6,000 miscellaneous and $78,000 from licenses, permits, and fees. So that would be the fees collected from the clerk's office and at the surveyor's office. And in this case, 181 will be placed in contingency with $84,000 going to materials and services for the surveyor's office. Just by way of background, the county surveyor is an elected position, the council serves in that role, and he oversees the review of submitted surveys to ensure maps comply with state and local regulations. Any questions about the surveyor fund? Okay, Taylor Grazing. Taylor Grazing Fund accounts for activity associated with grazing revenue generated on federal lands within Crook County. So revenue is generated by a portion of the grazing fees paid within the county by committees for federal grazing permits issued by BLM. Grazing fees remitted to Crook County range from $4,000 to $6,000 annually, as you can see, with what is up on the screen, a beginning fund balance of $52,000 with $5,000 in intergovernmental revenue and $2,000 in miscellaneous, materials and services, is $59,000, so that is there in case, there's a recommendation from the advisory board, that money needs to be spent. The advisory board, makes a recommendation to the board of commissioners, who authorizes any expenditure of funds for qualified projects.
What would be an example of qualified project for this?
We haven't had one as long as I've worked here.
So there's a lot of like, fencing off borders between landowners and grazing allotment. Yeah.
Drift fences,
Yeah.
springs.
Yeah. I think it's mostly just fencing, but you could be right on this one.
I don't think it's.
I think it's just fencing.
It's been pretty minimal the last couple of years, which you can see it just kind of growing.
Yeah.
There's not that many qualifying projects, I don't think.
I only built a mile of fence, so. it doesn't go very far.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So this isn't off Taylor Grazing Fund, but where is vector control on this? We don't ever see any of their financials, even though we have a jurisdiction over them.
So they're a special district.
So that's a different situation.
Yeah, they don't run the county. They're responsible for them. They're completely.
Completely separate, we have a separate budget.
That would be at our one meeting a year where they bring us their information. And we're still waiting to hear back how they took our advice at the last.
That's why I bring it up, because we're the ones that are making appointments and things, and they're gonna have a vacancy because the guy across the street from me's on it. And he's moving, so I'm just wondering, we have that. Oh, but you know what I'm trying to say. I don't need to explain.
They do have a budget we did this week.
Maybe
They are, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
I just reiterating what I think Jamie said, they're a special taxing district, they have their own board, they develop and approve and adopt their own budget. The Board of Commissioners plays an oversight role with vector control, so like you noted, Susie, you appoint officials and then statutorily, we review some of their financial information as well as their operating plan before each.
What I sort of find interesting in that is, okay, so I'm on the cemetery thing. We don't come to you guys, we have nothing over it, but like in this case, we kind of set like a little blanket over them. You know what I'm trying to say? There's kind of a.
That could be an ORS thing.
It's
I
very
don't know.
The biggest difference is you're an elected position at the cemetery.
Oh, I see. So the people have chosen, okay, got it.
Right, and
Okay.
so maybe we need to look and see
They're
if we
not
can
in-
make all these appointed positions elected. Maybe that would cost us more on elections, but.
A lot of that is dictated by statute. We have a number of special districts.
Okay.
Not a big number, but a few of them.
Yeah.
Road districts, federal pockets.
So I'm getting a sense that there aren't anything that are specifically outlining for expenses under the Taylor Grazing Act. So what body would be in control of that?
Ultimately, the Board of Commissioners approves it, but there is an advisory board that would bring a recommendation to the board to.
Because I would think that on federal properties and adjacent landowners, that would qualify for some, not just weed control. And around spending some of that money.
Good thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can certainly look into, how those funds are, what would qualify, for a project. Kind of to the initial question, and make sure, that advisory group is aware of that potential use of those resources.
I think Tim's still chairman of the committee. So
I know, Gary Bedore.
Yeah, there's 5.
When did they get their money?
Dollars are received from the federal treasury, BLM grazing fees.
Yeah, I think the fees, you get a percentage of the fees that people pay for their allotments. And then, yeah.
Yeah, be extremely low. Okay,
Yeah, it's $4,000 to $6,000 total.
That's my
Here it was 7,000, was
We
because
get sprayed
they
for
were
that.
late paying the 24, so we
Not
got
very
the
much.
payments in
When are you
25.
doing
How much fence are you
Not
gonna get built? Not very much.
Well, and most of that lays with the landowner for the fence.
Yeah, because, it's your job to keep your cattle in, say that. Unless they've got cattle on that side and you don't, federal government really doesn't.
I think I think it's for people that have allotments. To keep that allotment closed. But I'm not super.
I don't think so, because I'm into, it used to be, it was like a 50-50 deal, and now it's like on our allotment, we pretty much maintain fences, so I'm not sure that I would say that.
But I think you can go to this group and say, and ask and say, hey, we would like some money to help us do this. That's.
Or you'd have to have a really sad day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a very small problem.
A short piece of fence.
Yeah.
I like your thought process, Seth, but I'm not sure that.
And I could be totally off. I just know it has to do with fencing.
Yeah. He said, I like your thoughts, but there's not a lot of money. It's just that-
So any other questions about these small funds?
No.
And we'll move to capital and debt funds.
All right, next up, capital projects fund. So this fund accounts for funding and construction activities associated with major capital projects for Crook County. Total anticipated resources, 11.2 million fiscal year 27. This includes 10.9 million prior years, so that kind of beginning fund balance. And we are anticipating $375,000 in interest earnings. The big expense is $300,000. It's kind of a big capital project for the year. This is tied to the historic courthouse renovation. We've moved forward with some of this initial seismic analysis. We have put $300,000 in the budget this year for some pre-design work and some public engagement to make sure we're getting some good feedback from the public in terms of what they want to see from the courthouse. So that's what that money is intended to cover in fiscal year 27. And then the remaining 9.3 will be held in reserve for future use.
So one of the things that concerns me about the courthouse right now is our wood outside is really going to hell. And even though it might not be totally, we need to do something to just to repair it, just to maintain is what I'm looking at. So would that come out of that 300,000, or would we have to appropriate that? If we got, like, I remember he got an outrageous bid to do up there in the clock tower. Where would that money come from? Would it come out of that, or that's seismic? And then we'd have to appropriate more for that? How does that work? Well,
I believe, would that come out of the facilities fund?
So if it's maintenance related, facilities fund. If it's a capital improvement project, that's it.
Okay, and then so like if we want to do the courtroom and maybe our meeting speaking, I know there's an IT cost. Does that come out of IT, or does that come, that's where it would come from? Okay.
Yeah, so notwithstanding long-term kind of plan to renovate the courthouse, there are just through these comments, there are ongoing needs at the courthouse. It's still a functioning office building. We need to maintain what we have, and also take advantage of the building. So there are some, specifically the capital projects fund, but there are some ongoing expenses.
So if facilities doesn't have the money painted, let's say. So
They did budget to paint it.
they did, okay. But let's say they didn't. Where would that money then come from? Would it come out of here, or would we go to general fund and try to fund it from there because facilities needs a budget adjustment? Okay. You have it in there.
We have it here, so, if you didn't go into detail, that's a good
Okay.
point. The 227,000 in capital outlay
Okay.
are for specific identified projects that James came up with. Painting the courthouse was one of them. There's a couple buildings that need HVAC. Veterans and IT building needs the entire sidewalk repaired. I guess the ramp is a disaster. So, yeah, so there's pieces
that's
like that
identified in
that are identified, yes. Now, if something were to come up that wasn't part of the identified projects, that's in part why we keep that 1.4 million in contingency. When the departments pay in for the direct cost and indirect cost recovery, some of those, they say it's a 20-year roof, they pay 1/20th of the roof every year. Your roof may go out on your one, your roof may go out on your 19. So that's in part, that contingency is that the departments have continued to pay into it. So in theory, the money is there to take care of off-cycle.
Okay.
Gotcha. Is that?
No, so you answered. Thank you, Jamie.
Okay. Exactly. Okay. Any other questions about this one? Yes. Okay.
All right, the capital asset reserve fund was created to fund capital purposes across the county. We were fortunate enough to do well with our investments. We see some investment revenue increase on our year-end estimate for 2026. And that rolls over into a fund balance of 8.9 million. And then we will be returning that $1 million that was transferred to the sheriff's office from the general fund this year. The remainder of miscellaneous is investment income.
And sale.
And thank you, and sale of property. The transfers going out are the transfers that are spread across the various departments with the capital outlay that's being covered this year that we talked about earlier. And then we have $2,000 in contingency in case there's something we may need. You can go to the next slide.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
We were kind of hit well with the market and received some strong investment returns that help us offset capital purchase costs without using any of, I consider the fund balance, the principal balance of our investments. So that's what that $643,000 is interest and gain on investments being able to be used across the county to defray some of the cost of capital purchases and invest back in those departments. And it allows us to keep the principal balance of our investments that this capital reserve fund is made up of intact, so they can continue working for us. Happy to answer questions on this.
Is a 3.25% return on investment a good return on investment?
That is our estimate, just for budget purposes. It's laddered out for multiple years with more return expected with that.
That is
It's
the
good
established
for a
assumption.
municipality.
Is it?
Yeah,
You're not gonna get much more of a fixed income portfolio.
yeah, we are very limited in what we can invest in. It's mostly.
They couldn't
mostly
buy
treasuries.
Google.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Our established assumption for this whole budget has been a 3.5% interest earning. So that we're kind of using that earning interchangeably for investment and like this interest.
We are pretty locked down on what we can invest in.
Gotcha.
Nothing risky.
Yeah, I see.
But we could earn a little bit.
I'm commenting on her when she does her treasurer's report. I commented on that a couple times. Rules.
Yeah, the state has very strict investment allocation rules that we have to follow.
Is that an Oregon thing or is that nationwide?
So investment policies are required nationwide, but they leave it up to the state to determine the exact allocation.
There's not a state that allowed you to invest.
There always is.
Yeah, principal security.
very tied down.
Or government organization.
Don't want you messing with the public's money.
Yeah.
Smart.
All right, our debt service fund, this is the levy, that funds the general obligation bond, for the jail. So we have been kind of accruing a fund balance on this one, so we took that into account when we estimated what we were going to levy this year. This is another fund that's also being affected by that potential refund credit by, I believe, $19,000 is what we estimated for this one of the impact this year. So the levy takes into account both that beginning fund balance, our anticipated revenue loss for that potential refund credit. And we come up with, I can't remember. $672,000 for a levy for this year, which is a little bit lower than last year. And then that just covers the principal and interest payments on that bond.
And the reason the 672 is higher, for example, than 647 is because we don't get 100% collection. So our county average is like a 94% collection, but we would not want to come up short on this fund. So we estimate a 92% collection rate. And that in part is why there is a fund balance, because it's been coming in about 94, but as a more conservative practice, just to make sure that we collect enough to cover the levy within reason.
Questions on this one?
We technically have a scheduled break. Does everybody want like a 5-minute, 10-minute break, run down the hall?
We just want public comment. Who and the public wants to comment.
Okay, we can move to public.
There may be people.
Well, I can tell you, we have Bill, Carol, Jessica Barn, Scott Henry, and Stephanie Wilson.
Well, you can ask them and do that.
Then welcome to comment.
Does anyone want to tell them? Chat, put it in the chat box.
If it's on Zoom, they probably all be asleep at that point.
You see,
They're required to leave their videos on, so if you would love to. Yeah, that's a problem.
it's really good we have the doctor. So we're not asleep.
All right, we're not seeing anybody raise their hand or ask a comment.
And there's no one in the room. No public. I'm not seeing them. Want me to check down the hall? If they trip?
For the sake of like process, do we need to have our chair open the window for public comment and then close the window for public comment?
I'm now opening the window for public comment.
Another opportunity, another bite of the apple.
The window now closes for public comment.
Thank you, Chair. All right. We just proceed. Does anybody need or want to break at the exact moment? Okay.
No, we're gone.
No. Click off of it. There we go. All right. So we have now entered the portion of the meeting where the budget committee deliberates and has the opportunity to discuss what's been presented, ask questions. At the end of all of this, hopefully you have the opportunity to come to a motion about whether or not you approve the budget. So as a piece of that, the budget committee hears the compensation committee's recommendation for the elected officials' salaries. So Christina will present that information to you. That is something that you will additionally have to make a motion on.
Do you have motions written out anywhere? No.
I do for the taxes, not for this.
Just a question.
Yeah. Okay, listen.
So the elected officials compensation committee, which is also made up of our citizen members of the budget committee plus another member, met and recommended that the positions that are elected at the county receive the estimated cost of living increase that the rest of the county that is non-represented was anticipated to get with the budget. At this point, it's budgeted at 2.9%, which is what our estimate of CPI is. So you can see what that new salary looks like for each of those positions. And I can answer any questions if there are any. If not, Will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the motion could be as simple as approving the recommendation as provided by the compensation committee.
The chair will entertain a motion.
So if you three are the citizens, best you don't make the motion.
I think it's better if they do.
Because then we're up there, so that doesn't work.
And I'm not even sure, Will, should you? Yeah, Bill should probably exclude himself from making the motion. I did, for that recommendation, I abstained, so I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion to approve the recommended salaries for the elected officials' compensation.
You need a second.
You need a second.
I will second that.
I was gonna say here, we're down to not very many people here.
Yeah.
Is 2 a quorum of 6?
No.
Well, we can vote on it.
You can't vote.
Yeah.
But
then you guys were on the committee, so yeah, that's why I was kind of a little.
Any discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you for getting that little piece out of it. Yeah. All right.
So.
Yeah, we did. You do it every year.
Competition committee here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. Every year.
Yes.
He's feeling very confident, so I guess the answer is yes.
I mean, I said it with. Half the battle.
We'll go.
What was the question?
I don't remember voting on this last year. These are. I'll say real-
Another very confident answer.
Yeah, okay. Well,
You just don't question his confidence.
I was with you. Did you say inconfident? That's a new word for inconfident.
What did I say?
Confident.
Incompetent.
It sounds awfully close. Incompetent.
Incompetent. That would be like you're being confident.
Well, I'm not very good at phonics, so I can keep up.
That's great.
So there you go.
Communicate. With confidence.
So now we just need to make a motion to approve the budget? Is that where we're at, or are we gonna discuss?
Discussion about it, discuss it.
Go ahead.
Okay, no, go ahead.
One of the things, I've talked to Will a few times about this, and I didn't see it was in here, but I might have missed it. Do we add to the IT budget individual emails for board members?
It's included.
It is included. Okay, good.
And then the other thing that concerns me is what Carrie brought up about the district attorney pay level. That really does concern me, because if we're 30,000 lower than Jefferson, unless I would like to think that crime is decreasing and mental health is getting great, but it isn't. So I really feel that that's something we need to take into consideration.
50 to 70 below the shoot.
Yeah, I'm not really as worried about the shoots, but when you look here, we're 27,000, Jefferson's 26,000. I just feel that really hit home more than, I'm kind of used to being slapped in the face by the shoot, so maybe I just, I've been slapped too many times. It concerns me, and I feel that that's something that we need to take into consideration, possibly think about some form of a deal. And I know that's a convoluted thing because that's also the state.
Yeah, that's the
So, and that's the biggest problem there, but again, this is our county and we're low on sheriffs, and now the few people we catch, if we're low on trying to get them to the punishment they're supposed to get, the entire system is imploding.
Yeah, it's revolving door. Well, we have fewer sheriff people catching anyone, so their workload could go down somewhat.
Let's not
I mean, it sounds funny, but the opposite is true too. If you increase your department, personnel.
You're not accounting for the reoffenders that are let out by DA process, and the sheriff can't reach out.
Right.
That was
A
on
lot
the
of
line
dynamics.
there as well as Susan, but that concern, and
And-
it seems like.
And how is the sheriff? What do we need to make any accommodation for the sheriff? Well, let's just look at that whole entire picture. Erica seems to be doing okay with juvenile. I think eventually that's gonna go haywire down the road sometime for us, but right now, so what do we need to look for? What are you hearing from the sheriff? I know they want more money, but is it, like I said, those two things concern me.
I don't think they want more money. I think what they're wanting is more help, which
Yes.
takes more money.
Yeah.
Yes.
But that's basically the concern, is not being able to serve the people the way that they feel like they need to be served.
Yeah.
And, you know, there are a lot of little different acting factors in there that compound that problem. And the number one factor is the state. And the state is continuously putting more burden on the counties to maintain the criminal justice system, whether it be the district attorney, sheriff department, you know, whatever. It just getting to be a real problem. And I think that's where the legislature needs to start stepping up, and the county commissioners and everybody that's involved in it, make sure that, you know, one of their biggest problems, and they started to try to figure out something on the courts to where they would run some programs to have some court security, but then legislature dumped it because it cost too much. And so they just dumped it back on the county to take care of and expect it. And so, you know, my position of it is just the state would step up and do what they should be doing to maintain and to enforce the Oregon revised statutes that each and every one of them enacted upon all of us, then this problem could help solve itself.
Specifically, the DA's office.
Absolutely.
It is a state office. And it should be uniform pay within different regions. I mean, obviously the pay in Portland is gonna be different than pay in Prineville.
But
it should be a state paid office, and we wouldn't have these discrepancies where in a region. There's totally different pricing all around the entire region, and I've argued at the state that it makes it so you have less ability to get justice in certain areas because they are not doing their job to manage their actual department, which is, when you look at the filings, it's for the state of Oregon, it's not for the county of Crook in the DA's office. But I mean, I can rant all I want.
And I agree with everything Brian says, but the thing is we're here, this is us, you know, can we get that pushed through? And how long would it take to get that pushed through? I don't know. I'm just concerned.
Just a clarifying question. I know the DA, most of the funding for that salary comes from state funding.
Yes.
For her position,
25%, only 25%.
Oh, I think
We
entire
make up
office.
any different.
of the entire office.
In the entire office, 25% of her pay is what the state pays.
But the deputy DAs,
Wait.
Zero.
We pay 100 now.
The state pays up to a certain amount for the DA, and then we give her an additional 25%.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Okay, I got that.
If you looked on here.
So 75% of her pay is from the state.
but it's just for her role, not for.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
So
state
the
is not
deputies'
paying the rest.
wages are based on what we determine or what the county determines is appropriate. Okay, and that's all our pocket expense. Yes.
and I'm sure she would like to have more money, but she's not in here asking for more money. She's advocating for
For
her
people.
people.
And I understand that that's an HR process and you have to go through and do the compensation. And I mean, there has to be a study and all of that. I'm just bringing out that really was very glaring to me today when we went in comparison.
Just the
I'm
thing-
not concerned really much.
I mean, as she did mention, and as the sheriff has experienced, when they quit hiring or they lose people, this, you know, you can deal with this reactively and have it take a couple of years, or you can deal with it proactively in either department's case and not have the gap. And she's calling out what happened in the sheriff's department as the likely future path of her department. So as you say, this is an HR issue that you have to go through HR. Maybe it's something we can't decide today because we're not HR and anything unless that's a different topic, but
I think you guys can recommend staff, look, speaking of the deputy DAs, you can recommend that staff look into, some of that pay.
And can we
disparity.
make specific recommendations to addressing that pay?
Yeah.
Okay. And it doesn't have to be a global county assessment. It can be based off of a single role based on our.
We don't need to open up the whole
Right.
thing. We did that a couple of years ago. That was a long process.
This is a little bit of a side note. And I know Commissioner Cartwright, you're not as worried about Deschutes County, but I think this is something we're gonna hear more of going forward. This is something, I haven't seen anything, published yet, but I understand that the DA referenced this, Deschutes County is coming out with a new wage schedule. They not only looked at their comparables to the Washington counties and the Lane counties, they also looked at the private sector. And I think that is going to have a huge impact on some of those professional roles at the county, where there is a significant pay discrepancy between the private sector and the public sector. So I'm not surprised necessarily to hear that 80% increase or $80,000 difference between what our deputy DAs pay and what they're going to be paying going forward. But I just bring that up as I think we're going to hear even more. Deschutes County's always paid more, but I think for some roles it's going to become glaring. And I had not heard that Jefferson County paid.
So as it relates to approving this budget, this is not part of this budget approval conversation, but this is part of the recommendation coming out of this committee.
Well, that's what I think Will said.
How sustainable is that though, to pay government employees like they pay them in the public sector? I mean, and the reason I'm saying that is I understand there's a problem right now that we need to look into and work towards. But if Deschutes County is making really, really poor financial decisions, that in 3 years they're going to be bankrupt. Do we want to follow those decisions? And
I'm not.
I agree with. I'm just saying that if we may be in great shape in 3 years, because they may have to fire half their staff because they can't continue to keep up with those price increases. And so I think we need to look at also the viability of the decision making in Deschutes County, which I think is generally flawed.
Well, and I don't know their overall financial picture. It could be totally.
Yeah, and they got to be a different tax base. But I'm just saying, I think we need to look at kind of the whole picture before we just go off.
And I agree with you. If you would have been at COIC like I was on Friday, you would be saying what Seth said. I totally agree. And Seth Taylor really went off. It was good. But anyway, I'm not, like I say, it concerns me. And if we can make a recommendation, I know and I've asked Stephanie if I'm wrong. I know like in the jail, there's a crisis, but it's actually the money's there for the positions. We just don't have the people to put in the position.
Yeah, right now we're behind the 8 ball. We're getting people on board. 19 is still not enough, but we're walking into a fiscal. We're looking to do what we can, and hiring to 19 is still going to take us a minute. And Will has been, really working with them about getting those positions and moving forward. So I've got it posting up now. Sometimes we just gotta find the right person.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be.
And the turnover that's in both of those departments, I think you can figure that your beginning balances are always going to be a little bit higher every year because they leave. But then problem is we're spending so much money in certifying people and training people to cut their teeth here and then move on someplace else.
No,
and it's not always wages though. We try to do, and I think we do it good every couple of years, or it seems like we're doing it all the time, is doing comp studies. And we try to use, the agencies that are equal in geographics as what we are in numbers and things. But we can't ever compete with Ben.
No, and look at what Gary has to work with. She'll tell you, she has the baby attorneys that are coming out of law school. And she gets them up on their feet and they have a bit of success and they're gonna move to Deschutes or Washington County, or, you know what I'm saying? But we still need to look at getting those, even just the babies here. Because if there's an empty desk, it's increasing the workload on the ones that we have up there.
She did say though that our entry wage was comparable to the region.
Okay.
So it's the higher ups, I think.
Is that how we
It's and I agree, but I mean, again, I think that's a more in-depth conversation. Are there places we could do slight increases for specific positions like the chief DA? What are they called? Chief deputy.
Chief DDA.
The chief DDA. And is it good to maybe bump that up so we don't lose somebody that's able to manage those younger district attorneys that were in a good place regionally? So I see there's value in looking into it, but I don't think we need to overhaul the entire office, especially at the entry level. If we're comparable or competitive with the region, probably don't need to change that.
No, and I'm fine with that, but if we can keep that baby. And he says, now I don't need to move on because I like being in Prineville and I like all the things that I have. Then that, like I said, it needs to be a recommendation that we look into this.
Yeah,
And we go, and I'm not gonna say it's answered today or whatever, but at least we need to. That was a glaring thing that came out to me, and that was just something that I feel we need to do.
I agree 100%. It would almost be, so Deschutes County doesn't hire freshly graduated attorneys.
They don't need to, they pay them enough.
And so, you know, I'm just throwing this out, just spitballing here earlier. You know, if we're going to hire these people fresh off the bar, if you will, it could be a different entry point job description that they can transition into a different role that then pays more money. But while they're training and we're providing them that opportunity, they're in a different position. So once they've reached, what that is, it 24 months? Is it 36 months? I don't know what that tenure is, but give them an opportunity to move into a different role that has its own step program, so they have an opportunity to stay here.
Well, and it ensures continuity.
Because it wasn't that the difference, their steps are only like seven and ours is 13.
But it ensures your continuity in the department, which your continuity is a big. So that, like I said, we just need to recommend that be looked into.
When I think also look at merit too. It's just because they've been there for 36 months doesn't mean they're performing at that level. But I think that's something that we could find internally to like make sure the ones that are doing really, really well are giving an opportunity to move. I like to a separate, I like that a lot.
So who do we make this recommendation to?
I think you just make a recommendation. I don't know that
Who takes action or accountability for?
Oh, I just direct me and I'll work with.
That's what I wanted to.
Finance and HR.
That's on public record.
I wouldn't promise you to do it all myself.
An official motion, second it and vote it, or this is just a recommendation.
I think we hear you loud and clear and happy to listen.
And does everybody, I mean, we all agree?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Are there any, in past years, we've jiggled and joggled with this budget profoundly, but, does anyone have any other?
The property tax thing that we did, the property tax, that there's excess, I went to the sheriff's department, do we need to do that this year again? Is that a reoccurring thing? So do we need that motion?
If you would like to do that again, yes, you would need to do a new motion for that.
And was that in the actual numbers that we saw though?
I don't believe you had year to date or actuals, but it would have been included in the year end estimate for different.
Yeah, we didn't do a
budget for the year ahead. It wasn't in the line item for the budget ahead.
No, it was not assumed in the proposal.
Did it happen?
Yes.
Last year, it happened last year.
How much was it?
In 2026,
It was 270,000.
Okay,
So is there any impact that you see that would be, that we need to worry about, or we could just go ahead and make that motion? And
allocate those funds.
If you want to. I mean, what it does is it takes any growth away from general fund, library and museum. So. You know,
Those are the two departments that would be impacted.
there's 4. So sheriff's office, general fund, library and museum are the 4 departments that get allocations of property tax.
Right, and
So-
library is doing well.
Library and museum are doing just fine.
Museum's not.
Really taking anything away from
Yeah.
this, what's on.
Just taking the growth, costing off the capital.
Was additional growth than what we
Correct.
proposed. So they're still getting growth. They're just not getting found growth that's above what we're assuming.
Well, then I would like to make that motion. Does that have to be a motion?
Yeah.
I would, can I say something before we make that motion? And I think Will looked into this, but I would prefer something that is more stable, something that's more a given. Than what if, that the sheriff's department be allowed to have another person in the queue. To take care of the people that are leaving. So if we can have a faster turnaround to having a position filled, especially in the jail. I think that is the one thing that is, statutory required that we do, and I think it's what we're having the most difficult having, retaining people, and keeping people. And so that would be my choice.
But it's not currently funded by annually bequeathing them the overage.
I was gonna say,
So,
where's the money come from that we do this one?
So this was not included in the proposed budget for fiscal year 27. It's something I anticipate recommending next year, assuming we continue to see the library and the museum showing some sort of fund there, but we can look at the property tax allocation that currently exists. So the sheriff's office gets 57.7%. That's at the board's discretion, right? So if we continue to see, I was gonna wait one more year, but I was gonna recommend we make some sort of property tax and reallocation, make sure those other departments are still in a solid position and heading in the direction they need to. But I think that would be one way to make it more permanent. But I would lean towards kind of sticking with recent practice and making that a motion like Susie was describing for this year, and then we can codify something next year if things are trending and
Maybe have a budget committee make that recommendation that we look at reappropriation of that percentage by next year's budget. Is that?
yeah, I mean, it's on my to-do list. I looked at it this year, and like I said, I got it on 100% right. So,
Okay.
but I didn't anticipate that.
Yeah, we're gonna cover it in the January.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm willing to go with Will. Are you okay with that, Brian?
That's fine.
But I do think we ought to have this, like I said, we want to see that next year.
So as it relates to this year's full year, again, appropriation.
Yeah.
I would just do whatever the overage is to the sheriff's department for this year, and in our minds, we'll know that next year, if things continue to be positive.
The last year was 222.
27.
But you're not gonna allocate a specific amount, you're just
Right,
gonna allocate.
but you're allocating those.
Mr. Penn.
So the property tax assumption this year is 3% growth. But because some commercial properties coming on the tax roll, we believe that the overall tax revenue will be increasing 4.7%. So it would be if whatever goes above 4.7%. Are you saying you want whatever goes above 4.7% to be funneled towards the sheriff's office fund?
How conservative are you in your thinking?
Last couple of years, we've been at about 6%.
And you've got commercial property going on.
Right. I'm looking for, I'm remembering that last year was high point.
What about that data center that's not on the?
I think that was one of what Jamie was just.
That's the, instead of the 3 going to the 4.7 is the true core or whatever that's called.
I think it's adding like $24 million to the assessed value. based on numbers that were given to the assessor's office. Like, we don't actually know what that's going to roll over at yet, but that's our
Is
estimate.
there a cap on this? Would it be
So-
being 700?
That's why I meant to see.
Yeah, that's what.
And it's where I'm getting, and we don't wanna get into this every year type of deal, because pretty soon there's gonna be a lockdown, not that I don't want a sheriff department all that.
Right.
But
Careful with the minute.
using reasonableness and your finance, what motion would you suggest, knowing the intent that we have here? What is a reasonable motion that you would make, Kristen?
So if the intent is to want to fund an additional FTE with the overage, is I think kind of mixing all of the ideas together. Then we would look at what an average FTE costs and potentially move that the overage over what we projected in the budget for property taxes up to, say, $160,000
There. Okay.
would be allocated if you wanted to cap it.
That's what I was, yeah.
That's what I was
with
saying.
your funds. But that does cap it, whereas in the past they've utilized. the
Well,
entire
they're gonna
overage.
utilize. Would they be more appropriate, assuming a similar overage guesstimate this year to say a higher number just like they got last year?
I would say, I would say a max of whatever they got last year,
Yeah.
and then anything above that, we would then decide.
And so the number last year was 270.
And
Yeah.
we can look and see what that.
Just make it at every
Please
concern.
don't put this in the proposal.
Got another 2.9% for the CPI.
That's what
Now, Brian, I'm sure Rich isn't here, but so basically, we're making a motion to take the additional property tax or the overage of property tax up to a cap of 270,000. That's my motion.
Over what was anticipated as the budgeted.
Over the 4.7% projected.
What was in, okay. And that's my amendment. That's my motion,
That's your motion.
yes.
Just taking two.
Can I have a second on this?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
So I guess a clarifying question, the authorized FTE is a little trickier and separate. It's just dollars. It's just, right, it's just dollars. So if push comes to shove, we see what the property tax roll ends up being, then likely that means if it's high enough, then we would have the opportunity to come back to the Board of Commissioners at a regular meeting and say, okay, these additional dollars were received. Do you authorize an additional FTE?
Yeah.
So
So that decision would be made later. That wouldn't necessarily
what
change.
I
the
heard
offer.
was that we're assuming a 4.7% rate. And anything up to, in this motion, and anything up to and including $270,000 above that 4.7 rate would be funded to the sheriff's department.
But what she's saying, if you wanted to actually add an extra position, you would have to do
You're
that
gonna have to go, yeah.
internally, we would have to do that
Definitely, yeah,
in a separate meeting.
for sure. You're gonna have to
Yes.
authorize the FTE.
So I just wanted
They
to
got
make
the
that-
money, now you get to tell them how to
And
use
that's,
it.
and that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's totally okay.
I just wanted to be clear that it wasn't automatically making a new position.
Yeah, and that's trying to get them, like you hit, say, ahead, and I agree with Brian, particularly in the jail.
Yeah.
They need that, because if they don't have it in the jail, they're taking it off patrol, and that's not good either.
Are there any other categories of the variable amounts from the budget or was presented that anyone has anything to talk about?
I have just a general question. I know there was conversations in the commissioner meetings a while back around the new solar developments and a one-time payment, as well as the property tax that they were going to pay on an ongoing basis. What was the final resolution on those dollars, and where did the one-time dollars end up going, or where are they going? And will?
So the final resolution was, that pursuant to the terms of the pilot agreement, the solar developer will pay the maximum allowed under that pilot agreement statute, which is $7,500 per megawatt. And it's a 20-year agreement, so they're paying the maximum under that statute. As an adjacent agreement, the solar developer agreed to write a one-time check to the county in the amount of
$1.25 million. And that money has not been received yet. I'm not sure if it's due just yet, probably about time for it to be due. And I will be taking a recommendation to the board on that $1.25 million. As was referenced kind of briefly earlier today, there's a one-time transfer from the general fund going back to capital asset reserve to reimburse capital asset reserve fund for the loan to the sheriff's office last year. My recommendation is going to be that $10 million be used for that purpose to minimize impact of the general funds and balance. I have some ideas on the $250,000, but kind of waiting to make sure we have the check in hand before I make that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a new word for the fair.
The thing is, isn't that tied in though, that check for community benefits? So is that,
Well, no, we changed that.
so it isn't?
No, he wanted to take 250 and then he wanted to manage that and donate it to the community. And we told him that he could give us 1.25 and we could figure out how to spend it.
Okay, so we're open, so
My
basically we're open on that part of it.
Yeah, that's the community, he can spend 250,000 in the community if he'd like to personally through his company. But that's not part of the, right, the.
Okay, so that makes me very happy. I wasn't here for that meeting, but.
I didn't miss the.
Because it was community.
Oh, yeah, it's just your
That's
plan.
what I'm saying. You did
Yeah,
good.
thank you, sir. Okay.
So it improves fund balance.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Are there any other adjustments or recommended changes to the budget that you would hear? And any department wants to bring up? Hearing none, I would move this budget committee of Crook County, Oregon, approve the budget for 2027 fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, as amended in the amount of an additional $270,000.
Sorry.
Add the 200.
Are you putting it in that motion? Okay.
In the past, we haven't added it to the motion, we've adopted
Just
it
separate.
as it is with.
If we separately. Why did you say if changes are made, do
So
this?
you're gonna change the overall footprint of the budget?
Got it.
Yeah.
She's trying to trick you.
There was a trick question.
I
I'm
think
sorry.
it was. I think it was.
See, we were gonna have an afternoon break and I was gonna run you through the whole thing. But we didn't have an afternoon break, so.
So do we need an afternoon break? So you two can.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to take a break now and come back.
If you want to.
Strike that. Do I need to read the whole thing formally or? Yeah. Would you
The
like me to
top
read the
paragraph.
top one now?
The top one.
Okay, not the one you told me if there were changes. Okay, got it.
Sorry.
Hearing no other changes being made, I will propose that I move that the budget committee of Crook County, Oregon approve the budget for 2027 fiscal year beginning July 21st, 2026, as proposed in the amount of $139,305,000.
Second.
Any comments, commentary, questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. That's way.
Do you also have to do the levy?
Yeah, I was thinking of doing that. I was just floating.
I just wanted to help, I just wanted to help.
It's coming out.
Just floating.
He's new with this, that's true, he is the new chair.
To levy taxes, I move that the budget committee of Crook County, Oregon approve property taxes for 2027 fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2026, in the amount of 3.8702 per 1,000 assessed value for permanent tax rate levy and 0.06 cents per 1,000 of assessed value for the local option level tax levy, and in the amount of $672,000 for the general obligation bond levy.
Some parts, I second that.
Thank you.
It was read very well.
All those in favor?
I,
Probably gonna be unpopular because I'm only voted for more taxes for you. I made the motion.
Who's the next? You guys are both up for the year to reelect. A couple of years out, don't forget.
Next year, how's that?
Any other business?
I just like to thank everybody. Well, Christina, Jamie, for all the work and every year it's getting better, so.
I'd like to. You know, we got rid of like 21 FTEs last year. We got rid of 14 this year. You've got this fiscal policy that appears to, in several departments, either be currently out of or certainly trending toward out of compliance. You know, one thing I might say, I think it's 21 counties out of 36 in Oregon are at a deficit this year. So take it in perspective. I mean, you guys are doing a great job, but in that 5-year forecast, usually in a forecast, I see how do we address shortfalls, and my challenge to you guys would be to have a game plan in the next 5-year rolling thing as we look going forward of how do we deal with this and how do we stay one of those 15 counties on the good side. 5 years, you're skating to where the puck's gonna be, and I know each year we hear, well, Facebook money or whatever. And 2 years ago, we heard that it was, you're gonna know what it is now, and now we still don't know what it's gonna be, but you know, seeing a plan for how to address these what are spiraling in departmental, you know, out of compliances, and how, you know, it's just like the DA, deal with it before it's in your face. It'd be wonderful to see a plan next year on a game plan, not just that 5-year forecast, we're going in the toilet, baby, but how are we going to address it? I mean, you guys, you know, it's every year this does get better. This is, like I said at the beginning of this thing, this is very eloquent fiscal presentation, and it's gotten profoundly better every year, thanks to yeoman's work by everybody involved. You know, you've got a chance now, 5 years, 4 years, 3 years hence to deal with that, and you're not going to have you're not proactive. Sorry for the
But I totally agree with you, but I think that we probably are one of the more luckier counties in Oregon because of the things that collectively we have done to ensure our futures are bright. And we've got billions of dollars sitting up on the hill that's going to start paying.
Absolutely,
and so I think that maybe we don't completely have the accurate numbers that we want to give out today, but we have a general idea of what that's going to be. And it's going to put us in a better position than our surrounding.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, you know, like I said, a couple of years out, you know, it's going to be a big number. We don't know what it is. And 2 years ago, we were saying that, and we're still kind of saying that. And I realized part of the nuance is, you know, you start saying it, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry is going to want some money. But so it's good to keep it a little nebulous, but having a game plan.
And there are game plans. We meet on a regular basis to discuss how we're going to be, you know, what our plans are in the future when this does come through. So I think that, but there's lots of ifs out there, and there's a lot of uncertainties in regards to that whole state and the general assessments and things that happen. And right now, it's speaking up too soon is like telling your opponent what your cards are, and so I think a lot of this stuff is will come out, will work out, and we'll be there.
Well, it's good to hear because, like I said, you know, seeing a 5-year budget projection that doesn't address it, it's just, you know, it concerned me. It would concern any for-profit business. It wouldn't be allowed. And obviously, you're not a for-profit business, and obviously, you are fiscally balanced, which many municipalities and counties, obviously, most, the majority are not.
Yeah.
But, I would love to come back here next year and have a more fleshed out game, but your projection.
Do we feel that we're gonna have a better idea of the personal property tax income by 2027?
We should have a better idea by the end of this calendar year, or beginning of next calendar year. And I anticipate, Brian mentioned there's a general idea of what the property tax revenue is. I think, I think it would be premature to kind of incorporate some of those assumptions into our 5-year plan at this point, but I also anticipate over the next years, I think this will hopefully satisfy some of what you're looking for, Steve, is a more intentional conversation with the board about, okay, this is what we're expecting in terms of future revenue. Let's have a real purposeful conversation about how this is going to change our budget. How do we want to allocate these resources? What are the public expectations around these additional resources? We're still several years away from seeing a meaningful impact from those property tax revenues that we've talked about in the last couple of years. That first data center that comes onto the tax roll, that additional property tax is dedicated to debt service. So it's really, we're talking about a period of time that's still, 3, 4, 5 years out. But, I think if we are strategic about it, if we get to a point where we are confident in what we can reasonably expect in terms of property tax revenue, I think that can be a part of the conversation going forward in terms of budgets over those 2, 3, 4 year periods, right? We can start to incorporate some of that information strategically to show that there is an answer, that when we come back next year, no, we're not just going to fall off a cliff. One thing about some of our forecasts that they can at times make things look a little bit worse than expected, right? We do get more property tax revenue because we are conservative. There are some nuances within each department's budget that year after year kind of course correct, I guess. But being kind of more intentional about how we explain that, I think that's some good feedback. And I think we can take that and incorporate that into future budget presentation.
I think that word strategy, where the county and the board does have those conversations about how you may allocate that, those categories will prevent a lot of potential discourse that's helpful. Strategically knowing where it's going to go, just in general categories, but I think saving it again a lot. I agree. Anything?
Thank you all for spending a day working through the budget. Your contributions are greatly appreciated and add a lot of value to the process and the ultimate work on it. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Yeah, you guys.
And thanks, Will.
I keep using the word in my brain, elegant. This is a very elegant one.
We've got a great team over on the other side of the room. You can see them doing a great job.
I looked over there.
Jamie keeps us good.
Don't screw it up.
The dark side longer
together than it is.
Jill needs you to officially adjourn the meeting.
Yeah, I was gonna get there.
You're totally good. I'm just before.
That wasn't in the script you gave.
We're gonna go check out that podium.
The meeting is adjourned.
That
I did hear.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's talking about this. This is the best case scenario. I don't have to bend over anymore.